Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, it is 8:30. This is our regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioner meetings, May 11th, 2021. And the first thing on the agenda is an executive session. So I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24-64024A, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real property interest, as well as pursuant to 24-64024B, for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to annexation. And finally, pursuant to 24-64024E, for the purposes of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to matters affecting the Tourism Bureau.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I see you over there.
Okay, so the board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We will be back at 9 a.m. for public comment. Morning, everybody. We'll be back in full here in just a moment. Randy just made me really honest. So it is 9:02.
What did you say? What was that?
Right as you were coming on, I said, Randy will be here in just a moment. And you made me more honest than maybe I've ever been.
Oh,
So the first thing on our public agenda here is public comment. If anybody wishes to make a public comment, you can click participants, click raise hand. We'll bring you over and hear you out. Okay, not seeing any. I'm closing public comment. Next on the agenda is county commissioner updates. Does someone wish to start?
sure, I'll jump out. I'll just hit about 3 items, and there's some we've all heard before. Over on the NOCO side, we've been seeking, we recently, let me back up a little bit. We recently applied to DNR for some funding to begin our local county tourism or recreation planning. And that when we say recreation planning, we're not talking about like rec center or something like that, in parks, as much as we are talking about what's outside, more backcountry recreation. And that's primarily what NOCO associates itself with too. We were looking at funding. We were turned down and told we'd probably want to look at the partnership program rather than the trails program to which we applied. And of course, that partnership program is something that NOCO is being courted really hard by the state DNR partnership program to get into. So we had 2 or 3 big meetings with them in the last couple of weeks, and in which there were 2 or 3 principles that we really wanted to assert out of NOCO. And one was that there was a balance between ecology and economy and developing recreation. And most of what was coming out of the state literature was focused on that taking care of the ecology, the wildlife, that's resident here and all that kind of stuff needed to be done in order to have a strong economy and in order for us to have quality of experience as opposed to just simply. So there's a little bit of verbiage there. But more importantly, there was an issue of autonomy in that NOCO is made up of 8 equal partners, one of which is the state, one of which is Clear Creek County and the other counties and the federal government. And so for us to come under the umbrella, the financial umbrella of DNR would be to take one of those seats and elevate it into a controlling position. So we wanted to have a number of conversations with them in which they understood that there was a separation between that funding mechanism and their overall vision of the state and the fact that we maintain autonomy under our MOU. We did come to a good conclusion and decide that NOCO will become part of that partnership and be a regional partnership. But they also suggested, in the spirit of flexibility, that either through them or through GOCO itself directly and outside of DNR, the county could apply for our funds. And so they set us on a path to go ahead and reapply and get some money for our local recreation planning. So that's a good thing. On the transportation side, I was just down yesterday testifying on the transportation bill on behalf of CCAT and the I-70 Coalition, CCAT County Commissioners acting together, and also the collaborative effort. And it passed out of committee its first hurdle last night. And then one other thing on the renaming front, there is going to be, not done by the county, but there's going to be another educational webinar probably on the 27th. And it's going to be regarding murdered and missing Indigenous women, which is a MMIW, which is a pretty big topic worldwide, really. And so in that webinar that's being put on by the Mestahee Naming Coalition, they're going to be focusing in on some of the symbolism around that, which is the name of S-Word Mountain that we've got, there's been a lot of talk of renaming. And so probably just for that mountain, not Mount Evans, we would enter into, once they get through that webinar and educational opportunity, schedule a couple of meetings, because we have been informed by the DNR, or excuse me, by BGN, not DNR, the Bureau of Geographic Names in Washington, that really they're down to, on that particular mountain, they're down to really waiting to hear from Clear Creek County on just a position on it. And then the State Naming Commission would take it up, and the BGN would make a decision at some point this summer. So the timing just happened accidentally to be such that they were going to put on this particular webinar and wanted to focus on the name of that mountain. So I would suggest that, I'm not suggesting any dates, but I think we need a couple of meetings, maybe a work session, and then followed by an action session that would follow that educational webinar, and would take place in June, for us to have those discussions. And then all it really is we don't decide what to name the mountain, but they simply would like a letter of recommendation, a position on it. So it would be staff instruction, as we've done in the past, to simply write a letter to state a county position. But it's an important enough thing that I thought we should, at least have a work session, and at least one work session, and possibly a work and action session, with plenty of opportunities, a few weeks for the public to be aware and comment, and actually come into the meeting for public comment or submit written comment. And following that educational webinar seemed like an ideal timing. So not sure. So I don't have that timing down exactly, but they were trying to get it set up and set their speakers for the 27th of May. So
that was the question I had, Randy, was if you knew when that educational webinar would be, but sounds like
I'm in a meeting. Yeah, I'm in a meeting tonight. We're trying to get it. They are trying. I'm not lining anybody up, and don't really know the people or have anything to do with it. But I'm in a meeting with them tonight, and they may or may not have that set up. They were just trying to make sure they had all their speakers in a row to be able to achieve that date.
Okay.
Thanks for that, Randy. One of the things that I think would be valuable around a decision like this is to do some kind of evening town hall where, folks who have day jobs can have an opportunity to show up and tell us what they think. And then my other thought is, if I'm interested in attending that, I gained a lot from when we had Indigenous voices come and speak to us here. I think I could gain a lot from that. And so we might need to post that once we have a date.
I figured that, and that's why I was bringing it up today, to let people know it's happening, and that we would. You're talking about the webinar thing too? Yeah, that's not us doing it, but I think making sure that people know that opportunity's out there is something that we can do once we know it. And today's the 11th, and I had kind of written down a timeline, assuming when that thing came up about the 27th, and they made that suggestion in the meeting a couple of weeks ago, I kind of wrote that date down and backed up, and it looked like, it would be nice if by the 18th we could give an official public notice that we will be holding meetings on these dates, 3 weeks from now or whenever it's going to be, and that this educational opportunity exists through this other entity on the 27th or whenever it is.
So does it make sense for us to spend, we probably don't need more than 30 minutes talking about what our process will be maybe next week?
I think that, I think next week would be a good time to put that I actually had that on that same timeline that I put down for us to do that. So why don't we it'd be great if we set 30 minutes up for next week, and it won't take long. It's just to decide what the dates are that we talk about and notice, so that people get plenty of opportunity, 2 to 3 weeks to get in written comment before we instruct staff to write a letter or not write a letter.
Okay. Thanks. Sean, do you want to go? You want me to go?
I don't really have anything, but I have a question. I know we spoke, now it's at least a month ago, about possibly redesigning our retirement benefits to change the matching to encourage employees to save more. And I just would be, I'm interested in pushing that conversation forward sooner rather than later. So maybe we can get that on the calendar shortly after Brian shows up.
I was thinking the same thing. Probably be good to have our county manager here for it. Okay, so a handful of things for me. We have selected our housing consultant for this housing action plan. I don't believe they're under contract, so I'm not going to say who we selected because I think that we should be under contract first. But the interviews went well, and one of them was, I think, a pretty clear choice, and we're excited to move forward. We have been on the recovery side thinking a lot about the challenges in our labor market. Looks like it's a more challenging labor market than it's ever been, and it's always been really tough. We've held 2 now sort of roundtables with the business community. One of the things that came out of that is we are going to do a virtual job fair, very low cost. The Jefferson Workforce Center, the Tri-County Workforce Center, that mostly focuses on Jefferson, is letting us use their platform and going to help us market it. The idea is that we would market to potential employees down the hill, as well as locally. And talking about a pretty small social media and other marketing budget, talking to the Tourism Bureau about whether they can help us advertise for it. Not sure that they can, but that's happening. American Rescue Plan guidance was released yesterday morning. I was very impressed by the breadth of things that we can do. It's a lot. There's a lot of different ways that we can take this, and so I think that staff is working on bringing a proposal about what that process will look like. I think that their hunch and my tendency, I agree, is to wait until Brian is here and let him have his fingers on what that decision-making process would look like. Brian, our new county manager. But at some point we'll be coming before you to give a proposal about what that process would look like and describe what we could do with the money. It's going to be an exciting conversation. And then lastly, just a heads up for you all, I did receive an email from a constituent of ours who got their tax assessment notice. Their assessed value went up 50% and had gone up 20% 2 years ago, 25% 2 years ago. I know we're talking about revenues and budget projections and all kinds of stuff, and we should be aware that we just should be aware that assessed values may be going up a lot, and I have my crystal ball on what the next 2 years looks like. Is who knows when you see this kind of spike in property values.
Yeah, mine went up 14%. I would love to hear from the assessor, maybe do a quick work session just to get an idea about how this is going to affect our tax revenues.
You said 14%? Well, that's
yeah,
a lot
mine went
smaller.
up I think even more than that. I didn't even run out the percentage, but it jumped a huge amount.
We'll get Diane scheduled. I think that would be a good discussion. It's very timely since the notices just went out. I'm sure a lot of people have questions, and I think a session with Diane might be beneficial. We'll get that set up.
Okay. And that's all for me. So why don't we go ahead? It is 9:16. We can start our road and bridge funding update. We have Carl, Julie, and Stoy from our road and bridge team here. Carl, it's all you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's nice to see Brian on and Keith as well. I wasn't sure if Keith would be with us today. We do not have Brent, the finance director, at this meeting, but we're set up to be able to share screens and show that analysis tool again if necessary. In the packet today for this continued work session with the board, and I believe we've met in the actual BOCC meetings here at least 4 times, and then quite a few times outside of the board meetings to discuss funding for the Road and Bridge Fund, Public Works, as we move forward. At the last meeting, some of the next steps we talked about were showing forecasts or projections for a 10-year period and then running scenarios on the potential sales tax increase dedicated to road and bridge that we've discussed as potentially the direction we go to sustain the public works or road and bridge budget in the future. So we've added that with the packet as well. We also talked about a continued list for needs or wants of the department outside of the maintenance costs that were projected in the spreadsheet that we put together and used in that analysis tool that Brent came up with to show revenues versus maintenance costs. We also tried to outline some of the costs above and beyond that the department will focus on as needs, but also a wish list or wants that we have in the future for the facilities that we do have. We also talked about a focus group moving forward and how that should be put together across the districts countywide, as we try to educate the constituents or the public and look at, letting the voters decide on ballot issue if we want to put that on the ballot this year. What else have we looked at? So we've kind of moved through the process. We're hoping to get some direction and a decision at some point about what that percentage would look like, how we proceed with that, and reaching out to the public as we move forward with the process. So we've got a certain amount of things we wanted to look at today, and I don't know, before we get into that list of needs and wants, if you want to go back and look at the projections for the next 10 years, what we did was put together a display there in the packet with the comparisons of a 1%, a 0.75% increase, and a 0.5% increase, just to show you what the revenues look like compared to the maintenance costs. And then on top of that, we'll get into this list that was presented in the memo that kind of walks you through some of the processes of, we've got some safety issues throughout the county. We outlined some bridge projects that are not on that list. We've also got plenty of rockfall hazard and slope issues throughout the county. I know, if you listen to the radio or watch the news at all, this time of year, throughout the entire state, we deal with rockfall issues throughout all entities, whether it's our county, surrounding counties, CDOT's right away. So that's also a big issue for us. So we've outlined some of the problem areas there. We've also identified a fair amount of intersections and roadways throughout the county that present just incidents, whether it's accidents or just an incident on the roadway where we have sheriff or state patrol called, and also going through our Pub Works concern line program and looking at where complaints come in about high speeds and intersections that just pose a problem to the motoring public as they travel through our county. Most of these are just county roads. We tend to leave the main corridor to CDOT, but we've got plenty of areas throughout the county on the frontage roads and our arterials that get people around that are not on the interstate that we have problems as well. And then in the fourth bullet point there, as you look through the list, we discussed the facilities or the properties that we occupy as the Public Works or Road and Bridge Department. And I know you guys have had some conversations to that extent with other departments as well. I know EMS is looking at trying to secure some properties just for the future. I think Public Works is fortunate that we do have the 3 facilities or so that we have in place. But with that being said, they're all 30 or 40 years old or older, and they have maintenance issues as well. And with the parking facilities, the indoor maintenance area, the shop itself where we keep the plow trucks. You know, we've got a fair amount of space to keep a lot of stuff inside during the winter months, but a lot of the heavy equipment is housed outside. We've got just some thought process there about maintaining the fuel station, which all entities in the county use on our Dumont facility. And we've had that recently recertified and looked at. So we know it's got about a 10-year lifespan right now. So there's just things coming down the pike that we know are going to cost us a fair amount of money above and beyond the maintenance costs that we've tried to forecast for you in the stuff that we've presented. You know, and we've got other items we'd like to add, like wash stations and sand sheds, just to keep the operators able to move forward with the same service levels that we have. But that's why we've had these work sessions at this point, just looking at the funding, you know, moving forward with the costs. We all see that that's going in the wrong direction right now. So we're really trying to kind of drill down and come up with some definitive answers to how we want to move forward with this potential sales tax increase dedicated to road and bridge, and see as a group if we can, you know, move this conversation forward where we've got a dialed in list of next steps, and we can move forward to working on either ballot language for this initiative, and just how we go about presenting that around the communities throughout the county in each of the commissioner districts that we're working with. And that being said, I hope everybody at least had a chance to look through the memo Stoy had put together for the department here. Stoy, myself, and Julie are here and able to answer any other questions you guys may have going into this conversation. Again, I appreciate everybody's acceptance of at least getting the group together and talking through this process, and hopefully moving forward, we can come up with the right direction for the department so we have a sustainable budget throughout the next 10, 20 years moving forward, and that it's sustainable in the future with sales tax revenue, as opposed to you know, some of the other ideas we looked at with either bonding or a mill levy increase, where there's usually a sunset built into moving forward with an initiative like that. So I don't know if at the time being you guys want to look again at the projection spreadsheets that we had presented. We can put those up on the screen if you'd like, or you can just open it up to the group and see what other questions you guys have about some of the stuff we outlined here, just to put the costs or future costs the department will incur, and put that into perspective with that and the funding that's available for us right now.
And I'll just throw out a couple of comments. The working group, which I'm part of, has met at least 2 or 3 times since this was last publicly discussed. But I think we've really made some good progress. The thing that I really have a lot of discomfort around is the assumptions that feed into the model, because this is a projection that is 10 or 20 years. A relatively small difference in an assumption, whether it's the growth of the sales tax revenue or the inflation rate that we're assuming for the work, has a pretty dramatic impact when it's compounded over 10 or 20 years. And I think that probably needs to be an additional focus, is strengthening our assumptions and making sure that maybe we even come up with a range of assumptions that we feel confident in. And then I think there's also some policy discussions to be had about whether it's wise to err on the side of hoping for more growth in the county to save the day, or being more aggressive with the amount of tax that we're going to ask the taxpayers for, knowing that the more aggressive we are, the more likely it is that we'll end up getting nothing.
Right. I think I think the factors that you brought before us and the way you've assembled them are good. I tend to agree with Sean that strengthening our confidence in in how we quantified those factors, the projections that we've made, is the most important thing now. Because we could be looking at, we are looking at something that is going to generate probably a path forward, a decision we're going to make. And so we want to make sure when we make that decision, it's as solid as we can make it.
Yeah, a couple of examples of that. I mean, the only two on my mind of like additional information we need to get this number right. One is I mentioned that one constituent had a 50% increase in their assessed value. Sean mentioned a much lower increase that he had, and that's just 2 data points, right? So getting a feel for, and I know that our assessor tends not to like to disclose averages, but we're going to need to get our hands on, we might need to have somebody from our staff really dig into the results of this most recent assessment. And then the other thing is the transportation bill. The transportation bill will put more money into the HUTF formula, which might be able to lower what we need.
Yeah, you're right. It's a factor and we need to quantify it. I think its contribution at the local level is likely to be pretty small. It's got some, and in our case, it doesn't hurt us too much that it's going to have a multimodality component to the local investment as well, since we have some needs there. It's not too hard for us to burn that up. I should just be quiet because I can't tell you what that number is projected, for example, for Clear Creek County coming in, but it is a factor.
And I think we did discuss that at the last meeting, but there still were no real answers as to how that will trickle down to the counties. And I think we just haven't seen those numbers yet for HUTF.
Yeah, and then they're subject to change, right? Like the bill's going through the process, right?
Yes.
And
Exactly.
you can calculate it, and then it could change tomorrow.
Yeah, it only came out in hard form this last week, their first real run at it, and we barely had time to even see it. And the argument started yesterday and last night about those elements, those pieces, and how much goes to this and how much goes to that, both on the revenue side, the taxation side, the fee side, excuse me, and and on the expenditure side, how it gets spent. And a portion of it, the lion's share of it, goes to the HUTF formula, but then a lot of it goes into other places as well.
So a couple of things that we might be able to do in the meantime, given that we are maybe a month from really being able to dial this number in a way that we're confident with, we could put together some information sessions, put together some town halls. I think it would be wise for us to do some polling, see what the community thinks about this. And I know, we all receive a lot of emails about people who feel underserved by our road maintenance operations to date. And those folks might be the first folks that would be interested to know that we're trying to bring them a solution.
I guess my question would be is with the strengthening of the assumptions that Sean had brought up is, are we looking to have, I guess in my head, I'm just looking for direction. Are we looking for Brent to give us different numbers because you feel he's too conservative with those, or what variables do you want in that assumption?
I'll speak to that since I brought it up. The inflation one's a huge one. And I mean, there's a lot of talk in the marketplace about short-term inflation. But that's something that number, like, I mean, I think we were varying it between 4 and 6, and it had drastic implications on, you know, the cost of something 20 years from now. And
Right.
we just need to come up with a methodology. And I do kind of think coming up with a range is probably the smartest way to look at it, rather than coming up with a number that we are going to go to the bank on.
Okay.
And that's probably a discussion that involves the public works team in terms of, you know, the background that you guys have and knowing what CDOT's assumptions are, and some other macroeconomic stuff that we may be able to get access to. But like I said, I think we did a really good job with EMS, but we ended up getting more than we asked for. And I mean, ideally we want to get what we need, and no less and no more. And that's going to be pretty much impossible to do, but we should do
Right.
what we can.
But it's a nice thing to aim for. I think, and the inflation factor is both the supply side and a demand side impact as well. And those inflation numbers may be different on one than the other. For example, inflation in general in the market will change the sales tax. It'll on the revenue side. On the other side, inflation in the construction industry could be something completely different. And as exemplified, for example, by wood products in the construction industry right now, which have skyrocketed. They've just gone up by monstrous proportions. And when you look at, like Sean just said, 4% versus 6%, well, 4% and 6% are pretty small numbers when you just look at them as a number written on a page. Well, that's only 6 100ths or 4 100ths. One of them is 50% larger than the other one. And extrapolated out over, you know, 1.5 to the 20th power is a pretty big deal when you start talking about the impact on revenues.
I was told there'd be no math today, Randy.
Well, 20 years and all that. I think it's actually 0.015 anyway.
Yeah, whoever told you that was out over their skis a little bit.
What was that? What was that?
Oh, whoever said that we wouldn't be discussing math today was a little out over
Yeah,
their skis.
right.
Another question I have, I know we asked for you guys to think about other projects, and I am happy to see this list. I think I know the answer to this, but have we estimated the costs of those projects and included them in these projections?
Story, you want to speak to that?
Certainly, yeah, as you can see, we provided the list there, and that's just some items that we come up with that we do foresee in the future of being in need of the Road and Bridge Department. But as of now, we've not done any cost estimating for different projects. One thing we have on the list there is the Skyline Drive Bridge. This is a small bridge located just south of Idaho Springs there, and just have some structural and functional deficiencies associated with the bridge there and some safety concerns. So want to see that addressed. We have, for that one in particular, we have reached out to a consultant to evaluate the existing condition of the bridge and provide us with some paths forward, whether we can, extend the life of that bridge, or what that looks like as far as just ongoing maintenance or replacement of that bridge. So we do plan to get some detailed cost estimating information for that particular project. Most of the other stuff on here, we haven't really looked at numbers associated with those, or sent them out to any kind of contractors or consultants to provide us any kind of cost estimating with that.
And I imagine arriving at estimates for a dozen or so projects that's not a small or short timeline task. So I'm not sure how we're going to work that one in.
Yeah, and really, part of the goal in presenting that list there is just to show that, again, the analysis tool, the numbers we're using in that, and the cost estimate we've done and presented to you prior to this is really just based on that pavement maintenance and the costs associated with maintaining the surface of the paved roads around the county. And just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware that there's additional costs that we'll see coming down the road there that are not accounted for and that and those expenses that we presented there. But I think it will be hard. I mean, as we can see, just with the pavement maintenance alone, it's really hard to project some of those costs going forward, especially into, you know, that 10, 20-year period. And I think we'll, you know, in part run into similar challenges trying to estimate some of these costs, especially for a project that we anticipate 10 years down the road.
Another approach we might take is just to scale back our expectations a little bit and come up with a solution that we feel is going to carry us through for the next 10 years. And, you know, whoever is in these seats in the future would be able to reevaluate that in 10 years. Because, I mean, like I said, all the uncertainty with our assumptions, the second 10 years,
Right.
It's really hard to imagine we're going to get it even close to being right.
I certainly agree with that, and we've done that in the past, and in the form of you know, temporary or sunset mill levy increases to pay for just identified projects that we wanted to do over a certain amount of time, and as we're looking at this, and that's certainly still an option to look at something like that again. But as we've looked at you know, supplemental revenues for the fund there. And, you know, just with the information from the assessor's office there too, that, you know, people's property taxes are going to be going up as well. We really wanted to focus a little bit and see if there was the potential to look at that sales tax increase. And I don't know if we really have a similar mechanism that would provide for some kind of sunset on a sales tax increase that we do with a temporary mill levy increase.
And, you know, I wasn't necessarily thinking of sunsetting it, but of just making sure that we had the next 10 years figured out and then leaving the tax in place, because I don't imagine that there's going to be some transformative change that's going to make the financial needs a lot less. I think, if anything, they're probably going to be the same or possibly even more.
Yep, and it's getting a little bit. Sorry, George. Go ahead.
I just really quick, and sorry, Stoy. Yeah, I mean, just what we know about what increased temperatures and freeze thaw cycles do to pavement maintenance and the projected increases in costs. We haven't even talked about that, but anyway, so go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that we are, you know, we've changed the way that we're looking at maintaining our pavement from what we have done in the past. In the past, we've had a lot of projects that have really looked at reconstructing some of our roads, and a lot of those more major roads, primary roads around the county, have been through that reconstruction process at this point and have a fairly good structural pavement section associated with them, and we've eliminated some of those underlying subgrade problems. And so going forward, we've kind of are looking at maintaining pavement with more mill and overlay type projects. And we don't have a lot of local experience doing a lot of that type of work. You know, a lot of the projects that we've done in the past 10 years have been those more reconstruction projects where it's taking the entire structural section out and rebuilding that. And so we don't have a lot of local Clear Creek County cost estimating or cost expenses associated with some of these mill and overlay type projects. And so as we move forward through the next few years and start to perform some of that work and put that out to bid and actually get those construction costs, and then we will have a little more information and experience on those type of costs, and we'll be able to project that a little bit better in the future. But at this time, we don't have a whole lot of experience with those here at the Clear Creek County level. And so so we are making some assumptions on that. We have right now, you know, we've hired a geotechnical engineer to evaluate several of these roads that we have projects coming up in the next 5-10 year period. And they did, as part of their report that they presented to us, provide us with a lot of generalized cost estimates based on different type of pavement maintenance and treatments. And so we're using that really in part as our analysis of and cost estimating tool. But we don't have a whole lot of actual projects to look at that we've done around the county here recently to base some of that information on.
Wouldn't we have the ability to look into similar types of projects in our locale that have been done by our neighbors that would help inform that database a little bit?
And we have, in addition to the geotechnical information we've got using cost estimate, we have, CDOT, of course, publishes all of their projects publicly there, and we have used a lot of their tools to help and kind of dialing in some of those cost estimates, as well as the municipalities around Clear Creek County, and use some of those projects to base some of that information on. But really, it varies pretty wildly from a CDOT state highway project and how they perform a project to one of our municipalities around the county, and how those projects performed, and then how we perform the projects here with Clear Creek County too. So it's really, just to look at all those over the past 5-10 years, it really varies quite a bit. So it's kind of taking an average and still using some assumptions to take a good stab at what we project some of these costs will be.
Well, I think, and my point is more to expanding the size of the database of each one of those types of things by looking near us, and whether it's Gilpin, Jeffco, possibly even Grand as some, and to just see. I mean, they have different resources to do the projects, and people bid differently depending on where they are. But for the kinds of projects, it would be most similar to the kinds of projects that we're looking at, to similar specifications. I mean, granted, when CDOT purchases, their economics of scale, as well as the people, the vendors who work for CDOT, know that when they're bidding this project, they are also bidding in a relationship, where they're going to get more projects. And so they view it differently than when they're looking at a one-off customer. And so finding those counties around us, for example, that have accomplished similar size projects to those that we would like to do might be a good way in very recent times, just in the last year or so. I mean, to go back further than that is probably not going to be very helpful. But if we looked around in Jeffco, maybe Park, maybe Gilpin, and see what they've accomplished, and if we're able to get our hands on any of that information, I'm just throwing it out as an idea to try to strengthen the database. To Sean's point, we need to look at each one of these numbers carefully to understand what the costs are, what we're really talking about. Just a suggestion.
No, that's a great suggestion. Thanks for that, Randy, and we will continue to look at that, and that is good to help us. And we haven't gone as far as to reach out to these adjacent counties, to their public works departments or directors directly, and it may be worthwhile to start that process and actually have some individual conversations with them and look at their processes and what they've seen on recent projects as well. Thank you.
And we do share a lot of the same contractors, just the location and locale for those surrounding counties. So there's definitely a connection there to be used as a resource as well.
I do think good feedback, good discussion today. A little bit of homework. I've got about 2.5, 3 pages of notes here that I was taking. So I think the staff team needs to circle back around and see what we can do to come up with answers or to address the opportunities that you all presented today. I really think that we need to get a better understanding of where property taxes are going. Just, again, per our previous conversation, based on the tax notices that went out and just some anecdotal information coming back in about the amount of increase on property tax. I'm looking at the models that were in the report, and I know Brent has the capability of just plugging in numbers and it changes the model on the fly, so to speak. But I'm wondering, I think we need to look at the property tax assumptions here as well and just see if we are making good assumptions on the increase in property tax. It very well could be that based on what we just talked about and what we just heard, that it might be a little bit more revenue on property tax as well. So we've got a little bit of homework to do here. I think the staff team will get back together, talk about this, come up with a response to all the questions and the great ideas that you all had. one of the things I just wanted to point out, it looks like, once again, I'm looking at all three of these models that are in the report. They're all using sales tax growth. This is based on assumptions now and projections. Sales tax growth is being projected at 6% annually, and inflation is at 4%. So, and we can play around with those numbers as well. Historically, I do think, and we've talked about this, Sean is aware of this, and we've talked about it with the board as well. I think we've always probably projected quite conservatively when it comes to revenue, which from a finance and a budget standpoint, yeah, that's probably something that folks typically do is project revenues very conservative, and cost estimates are probably a little more aggressive. But anyway, I think we can go back and revisit some of those assumptions, and then also really look at that property tax, because I think that might make a difference.
Yeah, the one thing I was going to suggest, and I think we asked Brent to pull out the sales tax number so it was easy to adjust. I would just suggest doing the same thing for the property tax growth number.
Yeah.
Model.
Right. I think, I mean, two things popped to my mind right off the bat listening to the last little bit. The first is whenever I see inflation rates that are very radically different than like the growth in the sales tax rate, I think, I mean, there are reasons to have growth in sales tax that are other than inflation, but inflation is inflation. Inflation is the aggregation of all of those things. And so I want to see and understand the basis of why the sales tax would grow so much faster than inflation. And not that it won't, but just to understand that clearly. The second one is a news report, and this is anecdotal that I saw the other night. You know, it takes a while for trends to get, real estate trends to get to the assessment stage. And I was watching a news report the other night where people were reporting that when they were looking for just homes in the Denver area, a person reported, yeah, we bid $100,000 over the asking price. We were outbid by $100,000. And it wasn't a gigantic, you could tell they weren't bidding on $1.5 million home or something like that. You know, it was a young couple trying to get their start. And I was just kind of like stunned. And I thought, well, maybe that's a blip on the radar. It's a very large blip on the radar, but by the time that plays itself out in the region and makes its way to the assessment stage, it's hard to know what we're going to see in the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, and especially because, I mean, like Telluride had a 200%, I think, increase in average home sale. Who knows what that means about what home values are.
Right.
But like, will it continue at that rate? Will it continue at a historic rate? Are we actually in a bubble? Will we see housing prices drop?
Yeah.
My crystal ball is not clear on any of that.
No, and in a place that, I mean, Telluride's kind of big, but it's kind of small. That could be one development that opened up of, you know, $4 million homes so that most of the sales were being driven over in that particular sector for a temporary period of time while that development came online. It's hard to know. Knowing the basis of those numbers would be very important.
Yeah, I was reading an article this morning talking about that. There was a couple who, and this is just an anecdote, but there was a couple who resided in 3 different homes in San Miguel County last summer. They were in a home, it sold. They went to another home, that home sold. They went to another home, that home sold. They moved out of the community. So that's, you know, we just have, Sean can tell you about how much money's out there on the stock market and how much people's net values has gone up and how people are trying to get out of the city. We all know that the pandemic caused people not to want to be around density. And we have severe income inequality, right? So that means some people have a lot of purchasing power.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's certainly been a number of stories like that in the news lately that are shocking. Interestingly enough, I'd say.
Yeah, that's some great questions, and I think yeah, we will, rather than us try to dive into any of that, we'll wait for Brent to be able to comment on some of that, what assumptions he's making in the projections for the property taxes in the future there. And yeah, we'll save that for our next work session so that he can elaborate on that for us, what we're looking at in our model anyway. May not have any clarity of what the future holds for us, but he can certainly help us understand what we're projecting in our model.
Okay, so should we talk about next steps? I think we arrived at some questions. We talked about how at some point we should probably start. I don't know if we're ready to launch a poll, if we have the right information to launch a poll with yet, but we might want to start a contracting process. Might want to think about getting a town hall on the schedule and start advertising it so it can be well attended. What else am I missing?
Well, we were going to go back and take a look at property tax assumptions and talk with Diane, talk with Brent, and see if we can't build in, as I think Sean alluded to, build in some variables on and some options on property tax. That could very well change some of these numbers as well.
One thing that I had on my list here, I'm sorry, Keith, was just in regard to the inflation of construction costs there, and the assumptions we're making on that. And as I said, I've used various resources of previous projects and that sort of thing, but haven't had a whole lot of discussions with our counterparts, at adjacent counties and municipalities and within CDOT there too. So I think, I'll be reaching out to them directly to have some more direct conversations with them and get a better understanding of what their process is as they're projecting inflation rates for their construction projects, and give us a better idea of what other jurisdictions are doing to project that inflation rate.
Yeah, and something else that we had talked about was just looking at maybe a smaller capital project list over the next 10 years. Scaling back the expectations, I guess, is the way it was put for the next 10 years. And then we can reevaluate after that 10-year time period. But that might reduce the amount of overall cost projections that we've got built into some of these models or all of these models. But maybe again, scaling back a little bit on the next 10 years and seeing what those numbers look like as well.
One thing I think that would be interesting, and I guess it's somewhat of a modest homework assignment, but I think it would be it would be valuable to go back and look at the 0.65% sales tax increase that we did for EMS and just revisit the assumptions that went into that made it the right number for us, and understand how reality played out differently to put us in the position that we're in now. And I don't think that's really a high priority, but I think that would be an interesting data point.
I think it's, right, and it may or may not lead to the idea that we needed to reevaluate that number itself. I mean, we may choose that it's an appropriate number over a long haul looking forward, but it would certainly, I especially agree with the idea that looking at it and learning from what we thought and what happened will help inform this next process for sure.
Okay.
Are we 2 years or 3 years in on that particular sales tax?
I think at least 3.
Yeah, I think we're in our third year, at least.
I don't think it was on the ballot in 2018. Was it on the ballot in 2016?
No.
We talked about it in 17. It was on the ballot in either 17 or 18.
Okay.
So we're in our third year, I think.
And we all know, Wayfair happened.
Yeah.
So, okay, I think we might be where we need to be, which is great because always looking to squeeze little moments for our biological needs.
Did you say, never mind.
Peter, did you have anything to add this morning?
No, just that you guys have been doing such an amazing job with this. I've been really impressed.
Thanks, Peter.
Appreciate
you.
that.
Oh, you're probably complimenting them. I agree. They're doing a great job. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a little 3-minute break. Next on the agenda at 10 a.m. is consent agenda.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock and I'm sure Randy and Sean will be back momentarily. Hi, Cara. Hey, Jim.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that your partner in crime next to you, Jim?
That is.
Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Good morning, y'all.
So, Jim, just to set your expectations, we do this thing on our agendas where we have multiple things starting at the same time. And so we have a consent agenda to get through, a couple of declarations, National Police Week, Mental Health Month. Those tend to take a handful of minutes apiece. So it might be 10:10, 10:15 before we start talking about the clinic.
No worries. We'll just listen in, or yeah, whatever you want us to do.
Okay. Yeah, I encourage you to celebrate National Police Week and Mental Health Month with us.
Absolutely.
So it looks like the squad is here. We have the next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda. The only item on the consent agenda is consideration of approval of the warrant register. Do we have comments on that, or do we have a motion?
I'm good with it, so go ahead and read.
I already did. And Randy, I think I saw you try to make a motion.
I did. Yeah, I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next, a couple of additional Board of County Commissioner action items. Consideration of approval of resolution number 21-37 to declare May 10th through 14th, 2021 as National Police Week in Clear Creek County, Colorado. Typically what we do is we read these off and then some people say some things. Does somebody want to read the National Police Week, or shall I?
I'm happy to, or you can. Either way, go for it.
Okay. Give me just a moment. Okay, so to recognize National Police Week 2021 and honor the service and sacrifice of those law enforcement officers who have died in the line of duty while protecting our communities and safeguarding our democracy. Whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office, Empire Police Department, Georgetown Police Department, Idaho Springs Police Department, and Colorado State Patrol. And whereas there have been 56,034 assaults against law enforcement officers in 2019, resulting in approximately 17,188 injuries. And whereas since the first recorded death in 1786, more than 22,600 law enforcement officers in the United States have made the ultimate sacrifice and died in the line of duty. And it looks like there's some numbers to be inserted in this. Whereas the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C. And whereas 394 new names of fallen heroes are being added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial this spring, including 295 officers who died in 2020 and 99 who died in previous years. And whereas the service and sacrifice of all officers who died in the line of duty will be honored during National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund's 33rd annual candlelight vigil on the evening of May 13th, 2021. And whereas May 15th is designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of all fallen officers and their families, and U.S. flags should be flown at half staff. And now therefore be it resolved that the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners formally designates May 9th through 15th as Police Week in Clear Creek County, Colorado, and publicly salutes the service of law enforcement officers in our community and in communities across the nation. Adopted this 11th day of May 2021 at a regularly scheduled meeting of the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners. That is the resolution. Do we have comments?
Only one, and that was it was unfortunate that we hadn't done the work on this, but of course we know that locally Lyle Wohlers, whose son Dave also followed and continues to follow a career, I believe, in law enforcement, and he paid that ultimate sacrifice quite some years ago on Interstate 70. Great guy, Officer Wohlers was, and that was a loss. It did happen locally, and there may have been others, and it's just escaping me right now. But since that was unfortunately omitted from that one section, as you pointed out, I just thought I'd honor him.
I just say real quickly, you know, if you look back in time, our societies have oscillated between tyranny and anarchy. And I know that our law enforcement fulfills a very important role in making sure that we don't go too close to anarchy. And I really appreciate the work that you guys do. So thanks, Sheriff. And also thanks to the police chiefs also in the towns.
Sheriff?
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for taking the time out of your day to recognize all law enforcement in Clear Creek County. Gene Kiefer, when I first started, he was kind of my mentor. I wanted to be like Gene. He died of a heart attack on a mountain rescue call. So I've kind of dedicated what I do sort of to search and rescue and stuff like this. So he was my mentor, but that was back in 1982. And I don't think we've had any other ones besides Lyle. And he was a technician with State Patrol. Lyle was another great man, like Randy said. With the intensity of the law enforcement field this day and age, any recognition that we can get is support for our troops, which I think they need in times right now, because it's getting dangerous out there, folks. As you've seen in the last month with the shootings and stuff like this, mass shootings in Boulder, and now there was another one, I forget where, 7 down in Denver with the party. It's just getting really dangerous to be out there, and these guys take their lives in their own hands every time they're out there. So we're making sure they're trained up well and knowledgeable in what they can and can't do, and support that way. So again, I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to recognize all law enforcement in Clear Creek County.
Thank you, Rick. And I know in the climate of that kind of danger, it takes a lot of humanity to continue to interact with members of the public with the kind of grace that we see a lot of examples of. And so thanks to the officers for bringing the best they can do of that combination of an ability to defend our lives and also an ability to hear us and respect us and be gentle with us. And so let's move to the next one. Does somebody wish to read Resolution 21-45 to designate May as Mental Health Month?
George, did we get a motion for that? And also, can we, when you do the motion, can we do it as amended so that Beth has an opportunity to fill in that missing information, please?
Sure.
Thank
I'd like to make the motion that we approve Resolution 21-37, resolution to declare May 9th through 15th, 2021 as National Police Week in Clear Creek County, Colorado, and that it be the resolution be amended to add Technician Wohlers from the State Patrol in the 4th paragraph.
Second.
Okay, as well as Sheriff Kiefer. So, okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Randy, you got something to say? Would somebody like to read the Mental Health Month resolution, or shall I?
I'd be happy to.
Okay.
Proclamation Resolution 21-45 to designate May as Mental Health Month, May 2021 in Clear Creek County, Colorado. Whereas good mental health is essential to the overall health and emotional well-being of all children, youth, adults, and families, and promotes a healthy community, and whereas 1 in 5 people in our communities experience a mental health condition each year, and whereas 8.1% of individuals in our communities experience substance use disorder each year, and whereas increased focus on the prevention of mental health conditions and substance use disorders among children and adolescents through screening and early intervention helps improve lives, and whereas the stigma against mental health conditions and substance use disorders prevents many people from accessing care, and whereas when mental health problems and substance use disorders are detected early and treated, people can recover and maintain a healthy and independent life. And whereas the County of Clear Creek is dedicated to improving the health and well-being of its citizens and ending stigma and focusing on the integrated role of mental health in our lives. Now, therefore, the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners do hereby proclaim May 2021 as Mental Health Month and call upon all citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommit our communities and resources to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, providing appropriate and accessible services for all citizens, and making mental health a priority. Adopted this 11th day of May 2021 at regularly scheduled meeting of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, and we have Cara Campbell from the Jefferson Center for Mental Health here. Cara, would you like to say something?
Sure. Yes. Thank you so much. And thank you to Sheriff and your team. Really have been enjoying working together. You know, we're facing a lot of the same things, same struggles, and it is dangerous. So thank you for all your team does for the community. And thanks for the introduction. For those who don't know, I'm Cara Campbell. I'm the manager of Mountain Services for Jefferson Center. Just want to say on behalf of our board, our staff, and our clients, thank you for issuing this proclamation and recognizing May as a Mental Health Month in Clear Creek County. We couldn't do this without your support from you guys, the community partners, everything. So just want to say that we really appreciate it. It's been a rough year, and as Sean, you said, 1 in 5 was the statistic for a very long time, but we're seeing now that number is increasing with everything that's going on with law enforcement, politics, the global pandemic. It's really touched us all in one way or another, and so I think not only the proclamation, but working to reduce stigma together, hopefully we're going to get more people connected with the services so that they know that we're here and they're not alone. So again, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just maybe say what I have to say right now. This is an issue that's close to every human. If you are a human and you live on planet Earth, it's been a tough year. You're probably not as well off as you were a year ago. I encourage everybody to seek the kind of support that they need to get through this. I know I've sought therapy multiple times, and it's always helpful, always beneficial. And it's best if you do it before you're in a crisis.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. I think when you look at 1 in 5, and then you look at the size of the average family, you know, virtually every family is touched by this. A lot of times we carry, shame or embarrassment or fears and anxiety about fear and anxiety. And we don't realize that everybody else is, and then we suck it up and we try to put a tough face on and walk through life. And we look at all those other tough people around us and think, boy, it doesn't seem to be affecting them. And then you think about, well, maybe that's why they've got that face on too. And so knowing that we're all, knowing that there should not be a stigma involved with whether it is anxiety or whether it's chronic issues, and to seek the help that we need is certainly a smart thing to do. Just like going to the doctor for anything else, for help. So anyway, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
And I don't have much to add other than just to express my appreciation for the partnership with JCMH and everything that you do to help support our citizens here in the community. And also just one thing that's a little bit positive is I know that the pandemic has forced JCMH to operate in new ways and to operate with the ability to offer distance services via your cell phone. And I think that in many ways is probably going to end up being a very popular way for people to receive the type of support that they need in the comfort of their own home, rather than having to get in a car and drive down the hill somewhere. So I think some good is going to be coming out of this. And we look forward to, investigating new ways that we're going to be able to work together and to cooperate with law enforcement and crisis management. And I know there's a lot of exciting things that are right in front of us. So thanks again, JCMH.
Thank you.
Sheriff?
Can I say a couple things, George?
Please.
Last 2 or 3 months, we've been really working close with JCMH, and I think we have made steps and bounds of working together with Cara and her team. It's been fantastic. It's a step, like we all said, in the right direction to get where I think things need to be, and things are heading that way. They're a great partner to work with, not only on the street, but down in the jail. We have, I think, our actual doctor down in the jail that comes in, or a psychologist or something. She's fantastic. She stays on top of stuff. So I praises to all mental health workers, especially JCMH. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for joining us and for all of the important work you're doing. Let us proceed with the agenda. We can begin.
And George, just I wanted to throw out to Cara, you're welcome to stay on because the next topic is about the clinic, the new clinic, which JCMH will be a partner with us in the new clinic.
Yes.
And you're certainly welcome to listen in and find out what the status is.
Okay, great. I will. Thank you for the invite.
Sorry,
And then
George.
Beth was going to remind me that we did not take action. Thank you, Beth. So do I have a motion on resolution 21-45?
Sure. I move that we approve resolution 21-45 to designate May as Mental Health Month, May 2021 in Clear Creek County, Colorado.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and now we can begin our conversation about the construction and design for the health clinic in Idaho Springs. And Jim, just so you know, just so everyone knows, we have a fairly hard stop at 11 o'clock.
Great, thank you.
I think we'll be done probably before 11, but and just board, just to let you know, I did send out an email with a kind of an outline or a tentative, some tentative discussion points. I copied Jim and Dave on that as well. So if we're looking for some kind of outline to follow, we can certainly do that. But Jim, do you want to kick things off, Jim?
Sure. Well, thank you, everyone. The project, let's see, the general overview on the project is that we continue to be on schedule, actually a little bit, I'd say a little bit ahead of schedule on things. We are projecting the core and shell, so basically the entire building and common areas to be completed in early July. In addition, the second floor, which is going to be the county space, is also expected to be completed, substantially completed in early July. So the county can start operating and providing services, at that time. The first floor is partly leased, as we know, to Centura Health under their St. Anthony's banner. They're on the majority of the first floor. They'll be complete or expected to be complete sometime in August and start seeing patients in August or September. So things continue to progress. We had talked at one point about a grand opening for the project. As I just mentioned with the July completion, the county could look to have a grand opening, or I think our recommendation would be to have a joint grand opening celebration, probably in August or September when Centura opens. It's quite acceptable to do that. It doesn't have to be, the exact day, things like that. So August or September would probably be an ideal time to do that. In terms of finishing up the construction, it's also common to have kind of, a punch list and spillover of finishing items. So our expectation is that we'll do a punch list walkthrough sometime in June or July. Dave was just saying probably in late June, and we're not anticipating major items, but there could be. And there's usually kind of a 90 or 120-day period where the general contractor will finish up those items. And I don't know if anybody on the committee, on the council will want to join us. I think Keith, you had thrown that out as an option, but we're certainly open to doing a walkthrough, punch list walkthrough with any of you.
I'd like to be involved in a punch
Yeah.
walkthrough. I've probably been through about 100 of those things or more.
Yeah. You were at the top of my list, Randy.
Mine too.
Look,
Does that mean I'll be on the golf course with you over in Eagle somewhere? Is that what you're saying?
Right, right.
You know, the reality is more eyes are always better, because we are literally going to be doing a walkthrough with plans. And, you know, as Randy said, he's been through, hundreds of these, and it's always good to, somebody might see something that other people don't. So that's the general overview on the project.
So it looks like in Keith's email, there is a question of whether we would want to do that joint grand opening with Centura or separate. Thoughts on that?
I kind of like the idea of waiting, and one of the primary reasons is the punch list, the activity of move in. It's even when, we'll be moving into our offices. Centura is not expecting to be open yet. There'll be a lot of racing going on in the meantime downstairs. And so a grand opening in July, there would still be a ton of construction action happening down in on the lower level, as well as undoubtedly some, if we don't do a punch list walkthrough until a little later in July, the punch list will be ongoing even in the upstairs. So I would suggest that we wait until the building's really, looks the part, number one, and doesn't have, we don't show up there to find 20 people running around still working on the building while we're holding a grand opening. So I think that and I know there was some issues. I know all three of us want to be there, and there's some issues with Sean's schedule around that time. And so later August to 1st of September might work out better to allow him to get through some of the things he's doing too.
I think I see Sean agreeing. I agree non-violently. So that one is handled. And I know on our agenda, we have another handful of questions. And I know we are waiting for Jim. I'm going to put this on the screen because I think I saw that you maybe haven't seen it. This was a list, I believe, Beth, correct me if I'm wrong. This is the list of things that you had listed out for discussion from our site visit. And maybe we can work through some of these. I think that the Ems Egress is handled, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's been confirmed that.
Yes.
Yes, that should be fine.
The primary exit would be the southeast corner, and it's the easiest exit. And if there was a particular case that required a more private exit, it would be out the southwest corner, and there was space to get out there too.
Okay. And then I see there was some conversation about radiant snowmelt installation at the northeast entrance of the clinic.
So we did discuss this yesterday, and there's a couple different options for snowmelt installation. However, at this point, we're concerned about the timing on being able to do that. So, or in other words, our options are getting a little bit more limited. We are having the General Contractor Alliance take one look at potentially doing electric radiant snowmelt installation, but as I just mentioned, we're thinking it might be a little bit too late at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it seems like it's far too late for a hydronic solution there of any kind.
It's exactly, yeah, Randy, and I apologize. I don't know if you were on the call yesterday, but it does seem like we are too late for the hydronic.
Yeah.
So we'll look at an electric system, yeah, and Randy, you probably already know this, but in talking with the architect and the contractor, electric systems are not nearly as reliable as perhaps what we would hope they would be. And so even an electric system, it's a little bit iffy, but we're pricing it out at this point. But we need to make a decision relatively soon, one way or another, because they're getting ready to pour concrete on the site, including the sidewalks, and they can hold off on the sidewalks until the very end, but they want to be done with concrete work by the end of this month. So
Jim, I have a question for Jim on this. What was the extent of the snowmelt system that was being proposed under this? I recognize it's a thought as an addition. How large of an area were you looking at?
I don't think we're, so this is just something that's we've been talking about in concept, but I don't think we're talking about a very large area. You know, we're talking about kind of linear feet, you know, maybe like, I'm assuming kind of in the 10 to 15, you know, foot range. So we're not, and then so obviously square footage would be, you know, 50 to 60 square feet, say.
You want to do that where the canopy area to the entrance.
So yeah, and more toward the canopy area entrance.
The electric, you've got to see if you even have electrical power that can handle it, have another breaker, and with time to have it completed before they need to get their landscaping in and all is really the limiting issue. And there's really not time.
You know, the problem is with hydronic being out of the question. I've had some significant experience with snowmelt in this area and having it installed. And I mean, actually not real significant because most people end up choosing not to do it. The problem with snowmelt is that in this environment, especially on the north side of a building like that, is it isn't something you turn on to warm the ground up when it snows. It's something that you turn on and wait for it to have an effect about a week later. If you've allowed the ground to freeze because it's January and it hasn't snowed for the last 2 weeks, but it's been 0 to 10 degrees. And so it's not something that you can flip on and off and solve a problem with very easily, which means you have to run it full time during the season, at least at a low ebb. You've got a setting that you'll set it at to maintain the ground at a level or the slab at a level like that. And so because you've got to keep it running full time, if your choice of power, your choice of energy to heat it is electricity, obviously that's about the most expensive way you can possibly heat the ground. So that's the only thing I would say is unless it's a very limited area that we intend to let that circuit run full time, it's, you know, it may not be as good an idea there. I know we've got some at the county, but it's in the sun on the south side of the building, actually at the rear entrance that I recall seeing. But I've had a case where I've had somebody who had almost unlimited funds and built a multi-million-dollar house, and I put an extensive snowmelt for him. And the first winter he got the bill down in Houston, he called me up and said, turn the snowmelt off. And that's the last time it was on.
There are certainly pros and cons to a system, you know, and one of the things we discussed yesterday was how it really isn't foolproof at all, you know, and Randy, you're hitting at that. One of the counters to that, I think, is that it would still probably help keeping, you know, large amount of you know, ice from really getting a hold in some areas. But at the end of the day, given the, you know, the cost benefit analysis really may not be worth it, especially this late in the game. And ultimately it's going to come down to making sure we're using our vendors wisely and getting them out there and making sure that they're putting on, you know, normal snowmelt, salt or other chemicals on the top layer, and not allowing that snow and ice to build up. I think that's going to be the key. Just like with the bridge, we're going to have to. It's not going to have a Snowmelt system in place, it's going to have to be, shoveled and cleared on a consistent basis.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, the thing that kind of kills the idea for me, if we're already entering into a contract with someone to show up every time it snows, what's the additional cost of the extra 20 feet of sidewalk? And we've got, I mean, I went and shoveled it a couple times this winter, and that's a lot of sidewalk that we're shoveling, right? So this is, I mean, that's going to increase that contract by 5%. So it doesn't make sense to me, and it makes sense that we would want to have the same level of dedication to clearing snow on the sidewalks as we would on the entrance to the building. And so I just don't think it's worth moving forward.
We'll provide the pricing or the estimate and for everybody to review, but I think we probably tend to agree with you at this point.
Okay. So the next thing on this list, and I should probably give you all your screens back. The next thing on this list is a directory. I know we had some conversation about whether we wanted to put up a screen or go analog. I think my preference is just to go analog. I don't think that, a directory is cause to mine rare earths and all that stuff. Other thoughts?
I agree with that. There's just not that many tenants also.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think that makes a lot of sense. There's not a lot of tenants. Again, I mentioned this during the tour that, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, in a lot of medical office buildings, everybody went, digital and interactive. But then everybody realized that everybody who's coming to the buildings, or oftentimes they're going to be ill or not feeling well. So nobody wants to touch anything after anybody else. So then now we're at a point where a lot of our medical office buildings, we use frozen screens, and that's just fine. But again, given the number of tenants, I think that a very reasonable vinyl directory is going to look and show pretty well and be effective.
I agree.
Okay. Apparently there was some conversation about chairs on the first floor lobby with decorative plants. Not sure. I don't have.
Betsy, you want to take that one?
Yeah. So I guess Centura is kind of expecting us to maybe have a few chairs on the first floor lobby. I know there was a lot of concern about loitering in the first floor lobby. So we were just going to put some minimal chairs and then do a lot of like large plants that we're going to take from our lobby here that are overgrowing our space. And we're going to put them in the health clinic down there in the first and second floor lobbies, and then do some chairs, maybe like 4 or 6 of them on the first floor lobby, unless you guys have a recommendation for something else. We were just going to keep it minimal.
I guess I'm a little confused as to why we would think anyone would want to go loiter there if they didn't have a purpose.
I know. Me too. It was something that was passed down to me. I don't know where it came from.
There's a fireplace there.
Yeah, it's cold outside, and there's a lot of people who don't have homes.
Yeah.
Right. But I don't think I would not. I would not refuse to put chairs in the lobby because somebody might sit in one.
Yeah, exactly. So I was gonna order the minimal amount and just put them in there and make it look nice.
The only question in my mind is, it's probably been answered, but should we be expecting Centura to do that?
They're not occupying that space.
Yeah, they're really going to be focusing on their furnishing their space, their waiting room, and
right. I know there's been a little bit of talk too, and it's just barely started, but a little bit about how that decor would be finished outside. And I think in conversations, it's important to have conversations with the tenants of the building, both, the folks that are upstairs and downstairs a little bit. But generally, there was a thought of bringing some historical theme into the building with some of the photographs and some displays. And there's a lot of talk about what that might involve, and where in history, you know, we want to pluck these pieces to put in there. And I think that's a conversation that Amy Saxton was having, and I don't see her in here today. And it would take a little too long to talk about. Anyway, there is an ongoing conversation about how we might work with that building to integrate it with the town well.
She's doing the painting or the prints, right?
There were a number of ideas about some different things and I can't recall. I mean, I just had a couple of conversations with Amy, and when she brought it up to me, and we just kicked it around a little bit, but I think that'd be a subject of another session one day in the not too distant future.
Okay, because I'm in the process of ordering furniture, so.
Well, we're talking about a thing that goes on the wall as an
Okay, I just want to make sure.
No, not historical chairs, not like
Okay.
antique.
A minute.
More like display stuff and artwork and what the theme would be. And so I know there's some conversation about tying it into the history of the area a little bit to make a community connection.
You bet.
And I can't tell you, now you know more than I do, because I probably said more than I know.
Okay. We had a conversation about protective glass on the second floor lobby. And are we proposing protective glass in the, no, it doesn't have that same setup, right? So it's only the second floor lobby where maybe somebody can help me understand the history of the design. You've got a lot of counter space there, and it seems like it was built to be, or designed to be, very welcoming. And the idea of putting up 15 or 20 feet of screening over that has me a little concerned. I mean, I think one of the things about public facilities is that we want to invite the public into them and not express distrust right at the outset. However, I do know that we want to keep our staff safe. So thoughts on this one?
Actually, if I could give a little bit of background on this. So there is a large reception area on the second floor, and there will be an individual or individuals that are going to be behind that reception desk checking people in, and then of course checking people out. One of the reasons why in a lot of medical office buildings, and George, you made the comment that you hadn't seen it, but and that's true. Like I'm saying a lot of medical offices, but certainly not all, but a lot do have the reception area, or especially where the receptionist is sitting, is going to be kind of enclosed with glass. It has less to do with safety, I'd say, and more to do with the HIPAA requirements, and information, patient information and files. A lot of that, of course, has gone digital, so it's less of an issue these days. But there's still going to be charts and patient information within the office. So there generally is a separation between the waiting area and the receptionist and the waiting area and the rest of the offices. The way I believe it's laid out right now is there is going to be glass in a good portion or most of the reception where the receptionist is sitting. But I do believe that there's an opening, and I think we were going to look at including glass for that portion. That's a separate discussion from the protective glass. And Beth, I don't know if you want to talk more about that. I know that you were talking with a local vendor about potentially protective glass.
Yeah, I know in the courthouse, and we're actually proposing to do this in the annex as part of a foyer lobby, is to install the protective glass. I think it's, I definitely want to remain open and welcoming to everybody and be as helpful as possible. But I know that a lot of the staff has some concerns about that. And I feel like a lot of the decisions that are made, possibly in the health clinic on the second floor, make or break families sometimes, I mean, we're offering things like food stamps and rental assistance. And, you know, if by chance we have to say no, you know, I'm just worried about that one time that somebody walks in and doesn't like that answer. And I know we have this protective glass throughout the courthouse. We even did it in the lunchroom for when we were remodeling parts of the courthouse. And we're proposing it in the annex. And I think it's already in the resource center. And I just don't want to, I don't know, disappoint the staff that's moving in there if we don't have, you know, that same protection for them. I mean, again, my door is always open. I'm more, you know, I want to welcome people in and help people as much as we can. But I just, you know, I want to protect our people as well. So that's just one perspective.
Yeah, and let me chime in real quick. I know in my more recent conversation, well, historic conversations as well with Cindy and some of the other staff, they were concerned about safety. And I think we're just trying to find a balance where there's some, ability to welcome people. Obviously, it's a public facility, but at the same time, as Beth alluded to, we have to take into consideration the safety of our staff as well. So hopefully what we're coming up with here is somewhat of a balance as far as safety glass and access with the public accessing the staff. But I just wanted to mention that I know staff had indicated to me anyway that there was a concern about maintaining safety.
One question I have, not being an expert, is that essentially a foolproof type of a solution, or is it something that would provide a deterrent to, but not really provide any type of absolute protection?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Rick, I'd have to ask Rick, Bruce. Those guys and Jeff Smith helped us with the install of a lot of that stuff at the courthouse. Rick, can you tell us more about that glass?
Yeah, it's more of a bullet resistant glass. It's not bulletproof. I would give the employees time enough to maybe make a phone call, get out of the way, have Idaho Springs respond. You know, nothing's foolproof besides, you know, making it an armory or something like that. But, you know, give the employees a chance. It's, you know, I don't say it's a false sense of security, but it is a little bit of sense of security for them. I'll have to look into it, but get them some panic alarms for down there, like we have in other parts of our building. Just in case there is something that happens down there, they'll be able to hit that button and get an automatic response. I think that's something that we can do because we have it in the human resources building down there now. So I'll look into that, and that's something that we provide. So, but it's nothing's total security.
Yeah. And I know we're planning on cameras as well. I know we had the low voltage contractor run lines for that. So security cameras will be in place too.
And we'll get the security cameras, if we can, get them into our dispatch center. That way they can monitor them too if something's going down and keep us apprised as we're responding there.
Thank you.
So I did some asking around. It looks like there's a lot of diversity around the state, you might imagine, in terms of human services departments and the levels of protection they have. Interestingly, Routt County, after some staff concerns, did a security study, and I think the result of that was that they did install glass. It seems like a lot of the smaller counties don't have that. And I don't know, I mean, among the issues we have to deal with, I don't know that we want to spend a ton of time on this. But I mean, I have the same thoughts, frankly, about the assessors and treasurers and DMV offices. I don't know if I want our facilities to be the kind of place where you're literally in a hallway of glass. So I don't know how to balance this one. I don't know that I want the board to spend a ton of time on it. I have pretty mixed feelings. You know, I just believe in the community that I grew up in, you know, like the doctor's office didn't have glass, the hardware store didn't have glass. Maybe I'm just not up with the times, but
I think the resource center has had glass for a really long time and a locked door, and you're admitted when you're admitted. And so I think it depends on the service. You know, the sheriff's department, the jail are kind of like that too. And so I think it depends on the service being offered and the, you know, the needs of the around there. And I hadn't really thought about it for the assessor's office and the clerk's office and the treasurer's office and those other places, but
I'd be happy to leave it to staff to strike the right balance.
I think so too. So we can probably just move on. I would like though, to have the opportunity to make a decision about any glass in the treasurer's, assessor's, DMV office. I think there's a higher threshold of safety concern there, or there's less safety concern, right? So we would need to really justify that one.
Yeah, they currently have plastic shields, but that was all relative to COVID. And they're certainly not bulletproof or anything like that. It's again, they're just plastic shields. And they continue to have those at the front counters for all three. I think the clerk's office, the assessor's office, and what's the other one? Treasurer's office. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so then additional lobby seating at the second floor lobby. Can someone describe that one? And I think it's the last one that we can tackle today.
So this will be the actual waiting room for the county on the second floor. So this is where, if there's going to be, I think Beth said maybe 4 to 6 chairs on the first floor. This is where there's going to be quite a few more that are going to be needed. I'm not sure, Beth, what the estimate would be. Maybe 12 to 20, I would think, are going to be needed.
Yeah, I think we have like 8 or 9 chairs in that tiny foyer for the resource center. So we were looking at, 12 to 15 chairs probably. Also looking at maybe a little kids corner because there are so many children that come into that facility. So that's kind of and then of course the decorative plants. So those were kind of the 3 things we were looking at for the second floor lobby. I don't know if you guys have any suggestions or deletions or.
That all sounds good to me. Randy, Sean. Okay.
And real quick, George, some of this stuff we can put in what we've anticipated and give it a little bit of time and just see how things are working. And if we have to make some adjustments, we certainly can. No one's saying we're going to have it right on the first day.
I did have a really quick thing that wasn't mentioned on the readout from Keith for the Pasulas. I know the owner of a physical therapy outfit gave me a ring the other day, and I directed them your way, Jim, as a potential tenant for that extra space on the first floor. So my general question is, what's the status of our marketing efforts for the unrented space in the facility right now? And how do you foresee that progressing from now until opening?
So, and thank you very much, Sean, for sending him to me. We've been trading voicemails. So his group is a prospect for that first floor. As the county and commissioners may know, we are having conversations with another physical therapy group based in Evergreen. So we've gone back and forth a little bit with a letter of intent. So I think we're getting very close with them. But this other group I think could be a good either backup or a group that can maybe push that first group to do a little bit better on the terms and be more responsive. Otherwise, we'll go with them. Both groups have talked about the one that you had sent on, Sean. I think they've got an office already in Idaho Springs. The other group that's based in Evergreen had commented that a lot of their patients do come from Idaho Springs. So both groups have connections to the community, including patient flows. So that's very positive, and they're both very interested in the space. So, I never want to make predictions about whether something will get signed, but I'm feeling very good about where things are, especially with that first group that's a little bit further along, but good to have that activity. There are going to be some vacancies on the second floor that we need to work with different groups about potentially filling. I know that before Cindy had left, she had a number of conversations. I think even with Cara, with you and your group, we need to get back on with those conversations and to make sure that all the space is being utilized to the fullest extent.
And Sean, thanks for bringing that up. That's on our list of things to talk about. Sort of two things. One is all of that rentable space. The other one is that open room in the center. And what I was going to suggest is that we bring both of those items up once we have the cost estimates for that room. Hopefully, Jim, that can be next week.
Yeah, we're anticipating getting the estimates by the end of this week is what we're expecting.
One thing I'd like to add to that, if we're ready, is just a readout of how our pro formas originally, when we were calculating the loan and the payoff in 10 years and all that, now that we have more clarity on what the rents are looking like and what the capacity and the occupancy is looking like, I'd like to just get an update on that when we have the data. It's probably more of a Brent thing, working with you, Jim.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I agree. Looking at updating the pro formas should be part of that.
Who should we schedule some time with to talk about all of this with?
I think you want to talk with Jim. He's kind of our leasing agent. And
Okay.
Then once we get a little further down the road, then if you have questions about just the functionality within the office space itself, you can talk with Tim Ryan and
Okay.
Sarah Casano and myself.
Okay.
But I think initially to get that lease signed, definitely work with Jim.
Okay, thank you.
And Keith, I just wanted to, I don't know if you wanted to share the conversation or the request we had from Sarah Casano yesterday, just about utilizing that open meeting space for a couple different uses.
Yeah, and I need to get more clarity from Sarah, but she's looking for some type of a meeting space for families when they have to do some counseling or just have some discussions with families on sensitive issues. And what Sarah would like is, rather than have that occur only in Georgetown, if there would be the availability of a space such as that conference room, utilizing the conference room. And I think the one thing that I can recall, Beth, she would like the ability to have some kind of video screen in that conference room, which I'm assuming we're going to have anyway.
Yeah, and I thought I had written down that she was looking for some group meeting space. So
Yeah.
more than just the family. I think, she was looking at that room as dual purpose. So she was looking for like group meeting space, because right now on that second floor, that room, that one open meeting room in the middle, is the only room where there could be a staff meeting, unless you transport tables and chairs out to the lobby. So that is really the only space for those teams to meet together. Also hold any classes or trainings
Yeah.
that they do with the public.
So I think what you're alluding to, Beth, and probably what Sarah was mentioning is let's don't cut the size of that community room down to something that's so small that we can't do a little bit larger group meetings. So just keep that in mind. We'll talk about that next week.
Jefferson Center was hoping for groups too. Sorry.
I think let's get the estimates and then have a full conversation about it. I know the family meeting room for all kinds of purposes that are required by that department was something that was in the vision for part of the space for that upstairs from the beginning. I think at one time when Cindy was still here, that was one of the thoughts was that often what happens is the person who is in that position comes in a kind of an intervening role after folks have been getting worked with for a while. That was one of the purposes she originally saw for that corner office and the reason for its size at the time, especially in the early iterations of the design. It doesn't mean that's the way it has to happen, obviously, and it evolves. But having that function in a building in Idaho Springs rather than in the basement in Georgetown, because the amount of the clientele, for example, that comes from Idaho Springs, it's an access issue. It was a reason for the Collaborative Care Center to begin with. So having that function there is certainly ought to be a topic of discussion.
Yeah, and I'll make sure that Sarah and Tim and the other folks that are going to be utilizing that second floor space, that they'll be in the discussion with us next week.
Thank you for bringing that topic up, Randy. It is something that's important. Okay, so it is 10:59, which means we have our COVID update coming real quick here. I don't think there's anything else to discuss right now on clinic construction. Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think we got it, and we'll put some time on next week's agenda to focus in on some of the things that we talked about today. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Cara. We will begin our COVID update shortly. Randy, Sean, if you need some time for yourselves, this would be it.
We have 1 minute. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
I will run upstairs and one more time, just get a little of that.
Everyone.
Okay, we will be back shortly. Okay, looks like we might all be here testing the waters. Looks like maybe Sean did leave his desk for a moment. He'll probably be right back. There we go. Never know what's behind those things. So it is 11 o'clock. It is our COVID update. Tim, the floor is yours. What do you have for us?
Commissioners, let's start with the numbers. National trend, we are at 32.7+ million confirmed cases across the United States. Case rate, the average daily number of new cases has actually declined over the last 2 weeks nationally. The number of new cases is roughly 39,124 per day as a 7-day average, although there are certainly pockets of much higher numbers than that. Hospitalizations continue to be high and remain flat over the last week across the US. Fatalities, we've now lost 582,000 plus Americans. Current rate is 650 plus per day as a 7-day average. Test positivity across the US is at 3.2%. Major contributing factors to the spread, the unvaccinated, and the unvaccinated, as well as the B117 variant, social gatherings and travel, all fueling that spread. In Colorado, the current number of daily cases continues to be high, and it's now in excess of 1,182 as a 7-day average per day as a 7-day average. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is at 330 per 100,000. Hospitalizations continue to climb in the state, increase across the state over the last week. Currently, 38% of ICU ventilators are in use, an increase from last week. 7% of hospitals are anticipating ICU bed shortage within the next week, and facilities anticipating staff shortages is now at 9%. There are now over 700 individuals currently hospitalized with confirmed COVID cases, an increase from last week. Our test positivity across the state is at 4.9%. Major contributing factors to the spread, the unvaccinated, and the unvaccinated. The B117 variant also playing a role, and social gatherings and traveling. Vaccine update across the state. To date, as of last night, 2.732 million individuals are immunized with 1 dose, and 2.183 million are fully immunized, or 38.3% of the total Colorado population that is eligible. In Clear Creek County, our case count over the last 7 days, and this is both confirmed and suspect cases. We had 11 cases over the last 7 days, 24 in the last 2 weeks, for a sum total of 449 to date. Hospitalizations, we're now at 22, 1 last week. Fatalities, we're at 3. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is at 240 per 100,000. Our 2-week test positivity rate is at just above 5% at 5.2. Contributing factors to the spread, anyone? The unvaccinated, social gatherings, and lack of masks. Testing update, we're continuing to test in the schools and the jail. This week's testing was canceled due to the half-inch of snow that is on the ground. I don't know why. Vaccine update. We are at 36% of our eligible population with 1+ dose, and fully immunized, we are now at 29% vaccinated. However, having said all that, I spoke extensively over the last week and a half with CDPHE and working with them trying to rectify and fix our data. I spoke yesterday at length with them, and we believe we found a solution to the problem that can be administered hopefully today. And so tomorrow our numbers should be dramatically different. How different, I don't yet know. The current estimate is roughly 3,250 individuals who live in 80439 are actually attributed to Jefferson County, even though their address is in Clear Creek County. So we'll see what that does to our numbers in terms of vaccinations. Hopefully we'll have a much better answer tomorrow, much more accurate, I should say, answer tomorrow for that. So our number will go up. How much? Who knows? As you may have heard yesterday, the CDC FDA approved vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine for those 12 and above. We are already 6 steps ahead of that, and we will be vaccinating next Monday more than 80 of the middle school, high school students at the middle school, high school Monday morning, and continuing on that front. We continue to have vaccine clinics. We had one last week in Evergreen and one in Silver Plume. We have one scheduled for Empire and St. Mary's Alice in the coming weeks as well. Continuing to do the walk-in clinic on Wednesdays out of the Resource Center. We'll continue to do that for as much as that is needed. As well as the Pfizer vaccine is weekly available at the Safeway in Idaho Springs for those who want to get that. Any questions so far?
I have a quick question. I think more information is always good, so I appreciate that we're counting suspected cases, but I'd love to see us, I guess maybe it's more of a statement, also note the actual testing numbers, because in some ways I think it's important to compare ourselves to what's going on in the state. And if we have two different measurements, it's hard to do that.
Meaning what? Meaning that the state is not counting suspect cases, but we are?
Exactly. And like I said, I have no issue with us noting that and following it. I just want to be able to compare ourselves to the state as well. And like I said, when we have two different measurements, it's hard to do that.
Okay.
And last question, how many vaccinations did we provide in Evergreen and in Silver Plume last week?
In Evergreen, we did several from their home visits as well, in addition to that. So I believe that sum total was 15 or so. And then in Silver Plume this last Saturday was also 15.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I'm, now that I have figured it out, happy to have you continue to report some that include suspected cases. I can always hop on multiple websites to see what the official number is. So it's nice to know from you what you think the actual number is. As far as, I mean, count me as a little underwhelmed about the numbers that we're getting at our remote sites. 30 a week is, you know, I don't need to tell anybody how long it takes at a rate of 30 a week for us to get where we need to be. I'm curious, have we seen any uptick in people taking online registrations, using that pre-registration form that we sent postcards out for?
A couple things. One, the number that I gave was based on the question Sean asked. So that only included the Evergreen and King Murphy and Silver Plume. We also did a Wednesday clinic, walking clinic in Idaho Springs, for which we had, off the top of my head, somewhere between 70 and 80. So it's not just 30 a week. We're also doing that Wednesday clinic, and we'll have occasionally the one in Dumont as well. So as far as that's concerned, we continue to have that website up, and we do have, just as an example, 3 people pre-registered for both of those, Silver Plume and Evergreen 3E. But then we had obviously additional folks just walk up. So I think we're seeing a combination of those individuals who don't want to take the time to pre-register, which is fine, and just walk up to the clinic and show up and fill out the form then and there. It's really a time saver for them, because when they arrive, they don't have to fill out the form. They've already done it. But for us, it's neither here nor there at this point. We're just providing people as many options as possible. For those who don't have a computer and a printer, just show up and we'll be happy to vaccinate you. We still have the 2 options of Johnson & Johnson and Moderna, and we are entertaining that at each of these clinics. Individuals can, and this is an advantage of pre-registering. If you do pre-register, you can indicate whether you want J&J or the Moderna. So still trying to provide that opportunity for individuals as they show up. So I think, to answer your question, George, I think the majority of people are just showing up. Logistically, it's simpler for them. They just know the day and the time and the location and show up and fill out the form when they get there.
I think that Tim has made it clear that, and it only makes sense, that we begin to hit the law of diminishing returns after a little while, and that it's those later, as the population gets vaccinated, those who are left, those who have, for example, vaccine skepticism are going to become a larger and larger percentage. So it becomes harder and harder to get there. And I think, as Tim has indicated, that's going to take the hard work to get those done. So I think we should probably at the remote locations expect to be underwhelmed but it doesn't mean it's still valuable work to be done as we pick off a piece here and a piece there and try to get as many as possible to reach a level of vaccination that both keeps us safe and keeps our businesses in a more stable environment where we're less likely to have to react to outbreak because we did a good job of vaccination. And I think that hard work extends to all of us. And that's why I asked for, and thank you, got this sheet sent to me that I printed off for Empire for May the 26th, and why my wife and I decided we'd go door to door and make sure everybody knew about it in town. Because for some of these remote areas, that's pretty easy. I mean, within one given town, any of the sizes of towns, honestly, in Clear Creek County, even Idaho Springs, it's if you decide to make a run at that, it's pretty easy to do. I mean, we can make sure there's one of those on every door in part of a weekend in Empire. So it's not that difficult. And the same kind of thing in Georgetown and Silver Plume. It's a piece at a time and a person at a time, but it'll get us closer to the goal.
Yeah, thank you. And I certainly, I'm not trying to impugn the efforts of anybody on the public health team, just always looking for a lot of people to get vaccinated, as we all are.
Yeah, and I'm anxious, as I've stated for many weeks now, to get the true rate. I know it isn't 36%, so it'll really help us fine tune where we go and where we spend our efforts. And these efforts in Evergreen and in Silver Plume, et cetera, are 1 to 2 hours. So we're not spending the whole day there waiting for 15 people. We're really trying to get them done in an hour or so and then get out of there. So it's time worth spent, in my opinion. Getting 15, 20 people at a crack is success in my mind.
Right. And we knew that, by the way, that 80439 thing is something we knew was an issue for some time because its home post office was in Jefferson County. And I'm glad to hear you're getting to the bottom of that one finally.
Yeah, it's not a problem that surfaced before because it was never an issue. We weren't looking for people unvaccinated, so to speak. But it's an issue CDPHE knew about long ago and never bothered to fix because it didn't really negatively impact anybody. But when you have a county like ours and a third of our county lives in that zip code, it has major implications for what we're trying to do. And so it basically bubbled to the top of their priority list, thanks to the squeaky wheel. And they're now addressing it more broadly across the state. So it's not just 80439 that they're addressing. They're going to apply the fix to everyone.
Is there cause, therefore, Dr. Ryan, I hadn't thought about this until right now, to assume that we had positive tests that were not taken, where the test was not taken in Clear Creek County, that didn't end up in our stats? Like, have we been underestimating our case counts?
No,
CDPHE attributes.
No, that's a good question, George. But no, because the cases are not have nothing to do with the SIS database, where the SIS database is the problem, right? When you move from address 1 to address 2, the address changes, but the county doesn't automatically change based on your new address. That's the fundamental problem. Whereas your case, when you go to get tested, you fill out the paperwork, you're clearly stating where you live. I live at this address in this town in this county. And so it's attributed based on what you write on that sheet, not what's currently in the SIS database. So good question though, but no.
Thank you. And I realize I've been neglecting our written question line here. So I'm going to start firing off some written questions at you, Tim. What are thoughts about recent reports that the unvaccinated cannot shed the virus? And can you fill me in? I'm not familiar with those reports.
I'm not either, but it goes against everything we know about virology and human physiology and anatomy.
I would think the vaccinated might not be shedding, but not the unvaccinated.
Oh, I see a correction. She meant to write vaccinated, that recent reports that vaccinated folks cannot shed the virus. Does this mean they cannot infect others when they're vaccinated? Thanks a lot.
The short answer is probably not. So in reality, when you get that, and everybody is different, right? Everyone's body reacts differently to both the virus and the vaccine, regardless of which vaccine you got. What the vaccine does, not only does it protect you, right? It provides your body with known antibodies to help fight it when you are infected. The other thing is it does is it dramatically reduces, and this is why the guidance is you don't need to quarantine if you're fully vaccinated, but exposed to somebody. The window that you could potentially be infected and subsequently infect others is a fraction of what it is for the unvaccinated. So the vaccinated, it's literally a day or two. And for a lot of people, it's possible that you're not actually, your body's fighting it so robustly, you may be infected, but you're not actually shedding it out to others, sneezing, coughing, whatever, and giving it to others. So that's another reason to get vaccinated, is not only does it protect you, but it minimizes dramatically the potential for you to infect others. It is possible for you to infect others even though you're vaccinated and get COVID. That's a very, very small percentage of people, but it dramatically reduces that possibility.
Okay, thank you. I think you answered this one. When you go to a drop-in clinic, both Moderna and J&J are available and people can choose. Is that the case?
Yep, correct.
Okay, excellent. I know that was, you got that worked in fast. I think somebody brought that up just a couple of weeks ago. So
yeah,
thanks
and then as I stated, the Pfizer vaccine, if you want the Pfizer, it's available at the Idaho Springs Safeway Pharmacy. And they have now, as of last week, converted to walk-ins. They're no longer having schedules. So you can literally walk in there too. Their hours, I believe, 9 to 4:30 that they're doing vaccines, and just walk in and you can get the vaccine there as well.
Tim, is it also available at the Evergreen Safeway, which is much more convenient for people living over here?
I believe so, Sean. I also believe it's at the Walmart in Evergreen as well. I don't know week to week what their supply is and how long that's going to last, but both of those have had the Pfizer vaccine.
Okay. Yeah, I think I wandered in Walmart the other day and I did notice a sign when I walked in.
Yeah, and all of those are walk-in now. There's no appointment necessary.
See, Sheriff Albers has something to say. Rick, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I just got a quick question for Dr. Ryan. Last week it was going to be Thursday for the high school kids. Is it still Thursday or did you say Monday?
No, we're and parents are going to get an email today, in any moment. We had to switch it from Thursday to Monday because, as you know, it was just approved yesterday. There's a separate arm of the federal government that basically meets and discusses protocol, needle size, et cetera, for the 12 to 15-year-olds. If there's any changes, that committee is where it's decided. And then they're the ones who send out the fact sheets. We cannot administer any doses until we have those fact sheets in hand. They're not scheduled to meet until tomorrow. So we didn't think it was reasonable for us to get them sometime between tomorrow night and Thursday morning at 8 o'clock when we had originally planned to administer those vaccines. We just found that out on Friday evening. So we were moving it to Monday morning instead.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Another couple of questions here. Is it the case in Clear Creek County that there's more supply of vaccines than demand?
Right now, that's true in most counties. The reason we have such a great supply right now is because, if you recall, the J&J was paused, the use of that. And so at the time we had north of 600 doses. And then we continued to get Moderna doses. So that's why we still have the option of getting either of those two. We're obviously not ordering a bunch of doses anymore, given that we have supply right now. We did have to do a special order for the Pfizer vaccine. We obviously have never gotten it before, so We had to order that separate from our weekly orders.
Okay, and then last one that I see written here. Have you been able to see any kind of pattern in the last month or so with regards to geography, where the cases that we've detected are coming from?
The last time I looked was about a month ago at the cases. And a month ago, it was, as it has been for most of the pandemic, along the eastern border of our county, and then centered in Idaho Springs general area. Looking at the heat map. I can do that again next week if that's of interest.
Well, I'm interested. So thank you. So that's all of our written questions. Something that, I mean, I'm just trying to wrap my head around how to be the most successful moving forward. And if it is the case that there's walk-in, drop-in sites in and out the county, inside and outside the county, that have stable hours and reasonable expectations, it might be a good research project to just find and list where those sites are. You know, is it the Walmart? Is it the Idaho Springs Safeway? Is it the Evergreen Safeway? And list those on a website, or even just knowing them.
It is listed, George, on a website. On the state website, that's been listed since day one. The COVID vaccine, the state website, you can click on there and it literally shows you a map of all of the locations that vaccines are being distributed. And at one point it had hours, and I mean, obviously ours have been changing. We've been trying to create a more stable schedule. We've kept it on Wednesdays. We moved it from Dumont, obviously, to Idaho Springs on Wednesdays. I don't know if our clinics at King Murphy and Silver Plume, et cetera, have made it to that website. I doubt it, but it's been on our website. But I know more generally, you can find vaccines anywhere in the state on the state's website.
Yeah, thank you. And it's a good question to ask. It's instructive because you said, George, you can go find it online. And I Googled Colorado vaccine sites, and the first link was this.
Voila.
Voila. So there you go. What do you see as the next challenges in vaccinating? Are we getting into a persuasion phase? Are we seeing a persuasion lane for ourselves and trying to persuade our constituents who might have concerns? Or are we at a point where we're ready to vaccinate anybody who wants one and looking where the numbers go?
It's a great question. I think it's a combination of things. I think just as an example, we sent out an email to every parent in the middle school, high school on last Wednesday and said, please let us know by Friday if you'd like your child to get vaccinated. And we got half the response that we currently have. So what it took was time. It took another email and another email to get our numbers to double what they were just 4 days ago. So I think it's a similar thing out in the community, right? I think there are people out there. I think hopefully tomorrow, as I said, we'll have a truer number of how many people are out there who are unvaccinated. And a portion of them aren't going to get vaccinated no matter what I or anyone else says. So it's really that other percentage that just haven't gotten around to it or needed to be literally outside their door and or next to the coffee shop that they go to, or, we have a good friend in all transparency. We have a really good friend who's very educated. If she texts me one more time, I'm going to have to end our friendship because I don't know what more I can say to her. She knows she wants to get vaccinated, but she's not quite there yet. And I don't know what more to say to her. I want to say to her, if I spent half as much time with any constituent as I do you, I would have no time. And so I need to cut off this conversation. But you know, there are people like her, and I'm sure it's 5% of the population who they're just not there yet for whatever reason. So I think the percentage of anti-vaxxers or people who aren't going to get it because they're completely misinformed is actually not very big. I would guess it's less than 10% in Clear Creek County, as an example. So, but there are people. We had 2 cases this week who were eligible 6 months or 5 months ago to get the vaccine, haven't gotten it, and both came down with COVID. So, you know, it's your odds of getting COVID are exponential compared to any sort of side effect you may have from any vaccine, short term or otherwise. So that's our message, and we're trying to go as local as we can, and going to Empire and Silver Plume and King Murphy and St. Mary's Alice. I don't know that public health has ever been up there in St. Mary's Alice to do something like this. So we'll see what the turnout is. If it's 20 people, that's great. That's 20 more people we didn't have before. So I'd be happy with 80% of our population who are eligible to get vaccinated. That would be, in my mind, that would be success. I don't have any expectation that we're going to get beyond that for reasons I just stated. There are certain people who believe in what they believe in, and there's nothing we can say or do to make them change that. So we're going to vaccinate everyone, as I stated from day one, everyone and anyone who wants it, and do that.
What percentage of the eligible school kids 12 and above, their parents indicated that they were interested in getting vaccinated? Where are we at right now after the number doubled?
You know, Sean, it's a good question. The challenge with that is I know a lot of seniors, I know a lot of folks who are 18 and above have already been vaccinated, my daughter included, and a lot of her classmates. So it's hard for me to give you an exact number. We do currently have 84 kids signed up for Monday. And I think the total population in the middle school, high school is maybe 200 total.
I think it's 220 in just the high school, isn't it?
I don't know. My daughter's graduating class is 52 kids, so it might be something like that.
Yeah.
But a number, as I said, I don't know what percentage of the seniors have already been vaccinated of those 52. It seems a good majority of them are already vaccinated. So it's not as high as I'd like. I'd like 300. It's, as we said in the email, it's the best possible way next year to not quarantine, to not have to go out of school online, to continue to have sports, to continue to have plays without a mask on. We just saw the play on Friday evening at the school. It was a great production, but everyone had masks on. I would love next year for them not to wear masks during their play, right? And the only way to practically do that is for them to be vaccinated. The play was such that, there's 25 kids on stage within 6 inches of each other. So it's not practical to have that sort of thing without vaccines. So the more we can get vaccinated, the more life in school and everything around school can get completely back to normal. My thinking is that the vaccine, the Pfizer, Moderna, and J&J vaccine will be authorized sometime in the fall, full authorization. So it will no longer be emergency use authorization. At that point, the state will mandate COVID vaccines. All the universities in Colorado, including CSU, which was hesitant at first, but now is saying basically if it's fully authorized, we will mandate it. It has a huge impact, as you're all aware, on what the schools and universities can do. And so mandating it like every other vaccine, this is really no different than the other dozen vaccines that you need to go to school. So that might be the likely reality in the fall for a lot of these kids who aren't going to get it now, will likely need to get it by school next year.
I don't know what the, among that age group, what the likelihood, vaccinated versus unvaccinated of risk is, but I was thinking about something you said a little bit ago, and it reminded me of a conversation I had with 2 young men across the street by a store here the other day. And we talked about it, and I asked if they were vaccinated yet, and they said no, they were thinking about it and stuff. And they said, of course, they understand it'd probably be smart, but they're hearing things both ways. And I said, well, one thing to know is that, for example, that latest scariest thing we had about the blood clots and the J&J vaccine was that the odds, if you got vaccinated with that vaccine, the odds are, 1 in 7 million or whatever it was that you were going to die. If you compare that and just look at the population of Colorado and the number of people that have died in Colorado, that the odds of dying from COVID were, if you go unvaccinated, your odds of dying in Colorado, which has a relatively low death rate compared to other states, were 7,500 times more likely than to die of getting the vaccine. So those are the odds that anybody would take to Vegas or in any business venture at any time. You're just way smarter to get vaccinated no matter what than to not.
Right. And the other point about that, I think some people see what happened with J&J as a bad thing. I see it as a good thing. It showed me as a scientist, the system worked. They paused based on 6 fatalities. They took the time and looked at the data to understand the data and calculate more specifically the risk associated with these clots. And more importantly, educating the clinicians when they're dealing with these individuals. That was really the primary reason for the pause, was to educate clinicians, because it was the treatment of the clinicians, their normal treatment, which was really exacerbating what was a problem that could be managed. So to me, that's an indication the system works. It suggests to me the CDC and the FDA and all those people who are in charge actually care and actually are doing their job and paying attention. And so it says to me, it is safe, it is reliable, and our odds, to your point, Randy, far outweigh of getting COVID, far outweigh any sort of risk, potential risk with any vaccine.
At the beginning of that, you said 6 deaths. I think you meant 1, right?
Right.
Yeah, the 6 cases of blood clots, correct? Yep.
Right. I thought, oh, maybe my math is off and something else happened since I did it.
But I know there's videos out there on YouTube that suggest that there's over 2,000 people who've gotten vaccinated, died from the vaccine, which is absolute nonsense. And it just, if people just took all the information and actually processed it and said, is that really real? When one dies and they take it this seriously, is it really possible that 2,000 plus people died and somehow they're sweeping it under the rug? It's just that information doesn't really jive. And I think it's important for people to understand, there's lots of misinformation out there, and it's really important to get your information from a reputable source, and one that doesn't mislead or misguide you. It just provides the facts.
Well, one of the great things about you, Dr. Ryan, is we only need to ask to know what you think.
Or not ask. Either one.
Okay, so then let's shift gears here. It's 11:35. We have a half hour here to work session, not action on the table, to discuss changes to our county mask order. We know the state released an updated mask order, seemingly designed to help people see the value of getting a vaccine. Then we saw the metro area follow suit. I think with the exception of Douglas, Tri-County did something similar. Denver did something similar. Jeffco did something similar. That's the extent of my research. Dr. Ryan, what are your thoughts on that change and what we might want to do in Clear Creek?
Well, as has been the case this entire time, decisions are made by powers that be without consultation of the people actually carrying things out, which has been frustrating to the nth degree since the beginning. And so if the governor is interested in counties running their own show, so to speak, he should let that happen. And not say so and then do something else that sort of indicates he's not really interested in that. He's interested in continuing to be in charge of everything. So I think the mask order as it currently stands, and my rationale is this, I think it should stand. We don't have a firm handle yet. It could change tomorrow, which is why I would predicate this entire thing by saying we need to revisit this in the near term and have further discussion once we get information, more information and more data that's actually accurate. I think it should stand as it is. We know since the very beginning of this that masks and vaccines are two ways out of this. And until we can get a majority of our folks vaccinated, right now, as I stated earlier, those who are getting COVID are the unvaccinated. They will continue to fuel that until they run out of people to infect and or they run out of people who are unvaccinated. And so I think until we get to that point, I think having the mask mandate makes complete sense. I completely disagree with the governor that if you reach some magic number of 80% in your workplace, you can remove your mask. Well, that flies in the face of giving the counties the mandate to decide their own fate and not have to do what the governor says. So I don't think 80% is in a workplace where you're working in a restaurant and you're working in very close proximity, particularly in a kitchen. If only 80% of the folks in there are unvaccinated or are vaccinated and you are without a mask, and someone is in there without or is with COVID, all the unvaccinated will get COVID. So I don't think removing the mask mandate, I understand his incentive to get people vaccinated. And it's going to work for some people. They don't want to be that 80th percentile who's keeping everyone from wearing their masks or not wearing their masks, I should say. So I think we should keep the mandate as is for now and have a further discussion once we have a firm handle on what our vaccination rate is and what it needs to be to remove that mask mandate. Now, having said all that, as you all know, the vast majority of people in our county over the next 6 months are not from our county. They don't live there, they don't work there, they're merely traveling through. And we have absolutely no way at all of identifying what percentage of those folks are vaccinated or unvaccinated. And all they do is put at risk our unvaccinated. And if it's 30, 40, 50% of our population is still unvaccinated, it's just going to continue to fuel cases and potential hospitalizations down the road. And I don't think that's worth the risk.
And just a quick follow-up question. You said more data. I assume you're referring to vaccination rates and wanting to see what happens when the state fixes our data on vaccinations.
Correct. Does it take us from 36% to 80%? I doubt it, but it will certainly send us in the right direction. And how much in that direction, I think, is a valuable piece of information in this discussion.
I note that the when I look back at your COVID report and I realize it's left there from the week before and the week before and the week before, but the major contributing factors are social gatherings, lack of masks, and people being unvaccinated. Now, of course, that the vaccinations for the last few months have been available to us. That's telling. I think masks are something we become more and more accustomed to that are not difficult. I also think that, and of course, I'm saying this as a non-medical person like the rest of us here on the screen, except for you. But I also think that as I read through the Jeffco order, the first thing I did was scan it and read it word for word. And I thought, so as long as you have a certain percentage inside a building that is vaccinated, then people don't have to wear their masks. And I thought about the public places where people make money. And I thought, how are you ever going to know that? For example, and there are so many environments within which I can't even imagine. I'm pretty sure that Rick Albers is not interested in having his deputies run around and ask people for their papers, for their vaccination card to prove that they can be there. So I can hardly imagine, the person who's seating people in a restaurant or anywhere else to go through that same thing. I think it's a hard enough conversation to have that you'll really actually never know. And anything that would be happening inside that building, especially in public places where people come and go, would be based on conjecture and guessing based on demographics and data the latest information you got than actually looking at anybody's card and counting the people in the building who are turning over on a minute by minute and hour by hour basis. It seems to be, to me, I didn't even understand why Jefferson County did that, because it seemed to me to be a nice idea if you ever had any way to know what the real answer was of how many people inside that building were vaccinated.
Well, it came from the governor's office, in all transparency. So it is what it is. It was thrown on LPHAs. We had no knowledge of it beforehand. It was basically dictated by the governor as is. And I know a number of counties, particularly the Denver metro area, adopted it as is because they didn't want to put forth an alternative. I think what makes more sense and more for our county as opposed to Denver metro is really looking at if 100% of the employees in said restaurant are vaccinated, that we can verify by a simple question, and managers typically would know that. Restaurant turnover, that number will obviously change constantly. It depends on who walks in and who walks out of a restaurant. So the whole notion of it is a bit farcical. But understanding what percentage of your employees and what percentage of our county residents and employees are vaccinated, to me, makes far more sense than trying to determine, as you stated, an undeterminable number based on conjecture and assumptions. So I'm more interested in, to my point, of getting our data and getting an understanding of what percentage of our both county residents, but also more importantly, and I've stated this to businesses over and over, around their employees and the protection of their employees, right? Most of those tourists are going to come and go. You're never going to see them again. If they get COVID or had COVID, we're never going to know. It's really about protecting our own in our county, both employees and the folks who live here.
I have a little bit of maybe a philosophical question. I think there's going to be a point fairly soon when we can say everyone has been given an opportunity to have a vaccine and they're not getting a vaccine for some reason, some personal choice. And at that point, what is our obligation from a public health perspective to protect someone who isn't even interested in protecting themselves?
Well, there is a portion of the population who cannot get vaccinated. I mean, they want it, but they cannot get vaccinated for medical reasons. Folks on chemotherapy, for example, can't get the COVID vaccine. It's incumbent upon public health and the rest of us to help protect them as best we can. And so, yes, I agree, Sean. If people are adults and they can make adult decisions and they choose to not get vaccinated for whatever reason or rationale they have, and we've done our due diligence to provide that, that's as much as we can do. But not everyone who doesn't get it can get it. And it's incumbent upon the rest of us to help protect them as best we can, whether it's through vaccinating ourselves and other educational things, and anything we can do.
I mean, I agree with that, but on the other hand, I imagine that's a really small number. And if I personally was undergoing chemotherapy, you would not see me at restaurants and public places probably until I had some kind of a clear bill of health. But anyway, I think it's an interesting perspective that I think bears some more investigation, as this unfolds.
I think I think you bring up a really good point, Sean. I think the catch point though is that knowing when we've reached that point, we're going to be, so when can I say that all the people that haven't been vaccinated are vaccinated because they don't want to be vaccinated? And I think that's a little harder, and I think we're a ways away from there anyway, but I think you bring up a really good point. Once we actually knew that we had vaccinated everyone who needed to be vaccinated, that we had done that rigorous outreach and made sure that we'd reached every single person, then, or almost every single person, then we could have that conversation. But I think we can have it anytime, but I think in terms of acting on it, we're a long ways away from there right now.
Right. And if we're kind of operating under the honor system, because I imagine my vaccination status is probably protected personal health information that I wouldn't be required to disclose to anybody if I didn't want to. Yeah, at some point, the benefit to society probably is going to head toward the unvaccinated people are the ones who should be wearing masks to prevent themselves from catching it and transmitting it to others, rather than the rest of us who, I mean, I got vaccinated in January.
And I'll just point out that the number of people who might want a vaccine and don't have access to one is pretty big until we start to get down in age of eligibility. And so a couple of things I want to bring up. We talked about using vaccination rates. The example was made that would be impossible to manage in a restaurant. There are some contexts where it's not. I'm thinking wedding venues. I'm thinking, I had another example in my head a minute ago. And it's not coming back. It's okay.
Graduations.
Yeah, it's just planned events, right? Where that maybe they can figure out a way to do that, and maybe that does help. I mean, the wedding industry got hit fairly hard, and I don't think is holding weddings yet to date. So we might identify some contexts where we think something like that is possible and manageable. I also, Corinne Westerman brought up this question that's on my mind too, which is just about the outdoor conversation. And I know our order today says, if you can't be more than 6 feet apart when you're outside, you must wear a mask. And I know that was written sometime back in July. And I know, our understanding of this disease and how it spreads has increased a lot since then. What I don't know is specifically how that science has changed. And so that's where I'm kind of looking to you, Dr. Ryan. Have you had a chance to review scientific literature or hear summaries of scientific literature that would cause you to think that COVID transmission when you're less than 6 feet away from somebody outside is less at a risk than we perceived it to be in July?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we've certainly come a long way in our understanding of transmission, particularly of COVID, even the variants. Although the variants add another layer of potential increased transmissibility. But no, I think outside the risk is quite low. Particularly if you're vaccinated, it's negligible if that. So outside is a different beast than inside for sure. We know that for certain. And so outside, but again, if you get 500 people into a small area outside, that's different than 500 people spread out across an entire football field. Is a very different thing, right? So it's spatially, if you and I are literally inches apart and everyone around us is inches apart, the potential for transmission goes up, even though we're outside, as opposed to where we have the ability to space and you're not literally breathing my exhale, then the risk is absolutely very low. So again, we can discuss this and change that as we move. Part of the challenge, and we're dealing with this at the high school, I would love for every graduate to bring everyone they know and are related to the graduation. Here's the problem. If it starts raining, I can't have 1,200 people run into the gym without a mask and not knowing the vaccination level of the folks in there, right? So we're trying to juggle that of, okay, if it is outside, you can bring 10 people, but let 6 of them know if it starts raining, they can't come in. Whereas vaccinations change all of that. I would be comfortable if 1,200 people were vaccinated. Let's get inside. The risk and potential for transmission is incredibly low, just as low as it is outside. But these are variables that we have to account for and adjust for over the next month or two, and really make sure that we get as many people vaccinated as we can. and are making the right decisions based on that. But no, the wedding venue is a great example, George. I think the challenge for them is it's going to be based on the honor system. And can you now have 500 people when 200 of them aren't actually vaccinated? They just said they were, you know, and that sort of thing. If somebody voluntarily tells you whether they're vaccinated or not, it's no longer a HIPAA issue. They've publicly acknowledged that. I know, Sean, you're vaccinated because you told me, and everyone who's listening and may listen on a Friday night to this recording will now know that you're vaccinated. So.
And when?
And when? And when you might need a booster. So I think moving forward in the coming weeks, I think we should have another discussion once we have better understanding of our actual vaccination rate in our county and other things like that. I think we should have a further discussion around this and potentially adjust the mask mandate as we move forward.
And Craig online made a point, which I think is something to keep in mind. And we all along, we've talked about being aligned with our neighbors and having a simple message. And I think that's a valid consideration as well. I mean, I think there's times to be thought leaders and there's times to kind of go along with what everyone else is doing. And there are benefits to both.
Yeah, but I would point out all of our neighbors that we have a road to, and we won't get into that discussion, are all way ahead of us in terms of percentages of vaccinations. So, you know, I agree comparing apples to apples, but right now we're not an apple.
If I believed our numbers, I would agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully tomorrow we'll see, and I will stand corrected. I would love to have 60% of our population, 70% of our population vaccinated. I hope that's the case, but until I see the numbers, it's a guess.
But that wasn't it 70-something% in 80439?
74%.
I think that, yeah, I think we agreed that what was, for example, in our neighbors' orders right now, I don't know if we agreed on it, but we were commenting a moment ago that what's in our orders right now came from a governor without consulting or at least agreeing with his public health staff, and that those counties adopted that measure and chose to do that, and that's why they're where they are, and that our public health director happens to disagree that that was the right path at that time to take, and that some of those ideas are even pretty impractical and unworkable and based on just kind of faith. You know, that I hope that percentage of people inside this building is vaccinated, and so because of that, I agree that it's easier to go along with your neighbors sometimes, but nothing's been easy about the last year, and I'm pretty happy about the progress we've made in keeping our people safe.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I like those metro area boards of health are best practice boards of health. Tim, I know that when we were debating Board of Health requirements, you really held up those groups as being having a higher level of expertise than having county commissioners serve on a Board of Health like us, maybe being a little less disconnected to the politics. And I saw that they all embraced it, and that is not lost on me. I think that the more important conversation for us to have is with regards to outdoors, and so maybe trying to move this conversation forward, and knowing that we have a question in the chat that I want to get to, are we thinking that next week is the week that we want to continue this discussion? And are we thinking that we want to try to, I mean, in my mind, we might be able to bifurcate the conversation and next week focus on the outdoor rules, and give you a week to just, you know, figure out what you want to recommend for outdoor rules. And then a week or after that, we talk about this vaccination carrot policy.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, and just for some context, it's, as you might imagine, and as you can probably relate to, when the governor dictates something and then the counties are supposed to figure out a way around it, sometimes it's easier to just do what the governor's already done, because coming up with your own rule, as the Denver Metro and expanding area does, coming up with a separate rule from what the state has recently imposed as the new law without consultation. My guess is they took the path of least resistance and just said, fine, we're going to just do whatever the governor says, because coming up with our own rules that are not in alignment with what the governor is saying is probably a path they didn't really want to go down. So I yes, agree, George. I have full faith in those counties and their boards of health, but sometimes they take a path of least resistance because the governor is making it that's your only path when he dictates from on high, and you're supposed to come up with your own separate rules somehow that are different than what is now implemented in the state. So your timeline as far as the next 2 weeks, I'm fine with that. Next week, we can discuss the outdoor mask mandate and mask rules, and then the following week indoor.
Okay, excellent. Then we've got 2 more minutes. Let me put voice to this question here. So a workspace in Summit requires proof of vaccination and no longer requires masks. Is there any kind of thought or movement behind requirements by employers for employees to be vaccinated when not covered by ADA exemptions? And is it the case that HIPAA does not apply to private businesses that are not in the healthcare industry?
Yeah, so HIPAA, and I think there might be some confusion. An employer or a school or anything like that can mandate vaccinations, right? In order to go to school, you have to have these basic vaccinations to go here, with some exceptions, obviously, for medical and religious reasons, and whatever those might entail. Similarly, for businesses, as I stated to the rafting industry, you can, as a business owner, say to your employees, if you want to work here, you need to get vaccinated, because if they don't get vaccinated and they have an outbreak, it may close down the business temporarily. So it's the business owner's decision to make that happen. Some universities have said we're going to wait until it's completely authorized use, and then we can mandate it. But from a private business perspective, it has nothing to do with HIPAA at all. You can mandate and have to show, as you do to go to school, you have to show them your vaccination record, and to go travel and do all sorts of things. It's not a HIPAA violation at all. Peter, I don't know if you disagree with me on that one, or if your area of expertise is in HIPAA, but it's not illegal to mandate it if you want to protect your business. It also can be a part of our discussion in 2 weeks that if 100% of your employees are vaccinated, as I stated to businesses the other day, to me, that's an opportunity where the mask mandate can go away. You're 100% protected. You are, pretty much guaranteed that nobody in your business is going to get COVID, and it's not going to shut you down. That's the priority. That's the reason we're doing all this, wearing masks and getting vaccinated, right? To get away from that. So I'm not comfortable with 80% because those 20% are going to almost guaranteed get it, right? And so 100% is really the sort of the level. And for a lot of businesses, it's 2 people or 4 people that need to get vaccinated, or probably already are. So
I found a very interesting application, and again, watching the news the other night, but and it was about the idea of working the wedding venues, and when they get down to around 10 to 20% of the folks inside the building are not vaccinated, that rather than isolating them together, of course, the better idea was to put one unvaccinated person at each table, because then the unvaccinated at least were not mingling with the unvaccinated. And so so for a wedding venue, by requiring that that information, they could then give different colors of armbands for 1 vaccination, 2 vaccinations, or unvaccinated, and no more than 1 person with a red red tattoo on their arm or a red armband would be allowed at one table. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, but I've been to enough weddings to know that that'll last about 10 minutes and you introduce alcohol
what
and
I
all
was
bets
thinking.
are off. So
Yeah, until they go to the bar.
yeah, suddenly Aunt Louise is dancing with Uncle Fred and it's all over.
Lucky guy. Okay, so are we, I think we might have an outcome here. We might be done, and it is 11:02. Does anybody have any final comments on this?
12:02.
Thank you. I always say, tell me when I'm wrong. Okay, so let's move on. Next is a work session to discuss the Tourism Bureau Board application and appointment process. And so thank you, Tim, for your update. You are free.
See you next week.
And I think that we have see a number of members of the Tourism Bureau Board. You're all welcome to join us. I'll go ahead and frame this up while we get folks over. I think what we're here to talk about is the fact that we have, with some of our other boards, people apply on their own, they write their own letters. Typically when we receive a letter, we then decide when we want to schedule the interview. I think we noticed with this last nomination that the Tourism Bureau has a different process. A letter was written on behalf of the applicant and then it showed up on our calendar without our notice or request. And so I think that that's like the very narrow scope of what we're talking about here is just what we want our application and appointment process to be for the Tourism Bureau Board. So let me make sure that I'm adequately speaking for the board and its desire to have this conversation. Randy, Sean, what am I missing? And then we can proceed. Did I lose audio there for a minute? No. Okay. I'm thinking maybe Randy and Sean don't have anything to add.
I did look behind me for a second, and so I lost a couple of words, and it was my own fault. It wasn't your audio, it was my audio. My concentration was off for a second, but we want to discuss the method by which the progression through which we come in contact with board appointments and how they are appointed, and potentially to have it be consistent with other boards and commissions. That's the subject matter, is that correct?
Yes. That is correct. And I'm trying to figure out how to best take this conversation. Maybe Beth, you can just describe to us what kind of diversity we have across the boards we appoint and how nominations are identified and made and what kind of process they go through.
I'm going to bring up our boards and commissions list. In the past year, we have talked about having like a formalized application that all applicants, no matter what board they want to be on, should fill out. And just to kind of clarify, the last applicant that you interviewed for Tourism Bureau, I missed it. I totally missed it. I had the recommendation letter from Cass and I just popped it on the agenda and scheduled it. I forgot to send the application packet to Cameron. That is totally my fault. In the past, we have also always wanted to have a recommendation letter from the board we're appointing to that says, hey, we really like this person. We'd like you to interview them and consider them. So we did have that from Cass. We usually get these every time from the Open Space Commission. I probably haven't had one from the Planning Commission in a long time. So that's just kind of a little bit of background history about how we've done those, or where we find the applicants, how we appoint them. In the past, we never had the application form itself. People would just email me and say, hey, I want to be on this board, here's why. I'd send it ahead and then schedule it on the agenda to get people interviewed and kind of move the process forward and you know, see what we wanted to do as a board to whether we appoint them or not appoint them. And give me just a second. I'm trying to do two things at once. So I want to show you our boards and commissions spreadsheet if I can find it. But right now you're appointing to the Planning Commission, the Board of Adjustment, the Open Space Commission, and the Tourism Bureau. So, where is the file? I don't know where my file is. I don't know, my file's not pulling up right now. What else can I tell you about it? I want to help you. I just, I'm not sure maybe where your questions are originating from.
Yeah, I think you answered, I think you did a good job describing what we do, but Sean, Randy, you might have questions.
Not right off.
I know that we do have an application, and I guess it's your understanding, Beth, that in order for someone to get in front of the board for interview and evaluation, that they complete an application no matter what board it is.
That's what we were that's what we've been trying to implement over the past year. We literally came up with that application process and sort of the description of all the boards and commissions that we appoint to right when COVID hit last year. Yeah. So we never like had a full discussion or approval of the format or anything like that. It was basically, you know, here's this application, here's some questions we'd like to kind of vet the applicants with, and then let's send it in and get on the interview schedule.
Yeah, I like the process, and I think we should formalize it. I appreciate seeing the applications and understanding a little bit about the background and the motivations for people's interest in joining boards. I think it saves time and allows this board to kind of calibrate our questions and our conversation a lot more carefully than just starting completely cold.
I found my screen, so here's kind of, I don't know if you guys can see this, if it's big enough.
I can see it fine.
Okay, so here's kind of our planning commission. I haven't updated this since we just appointed Dave. And then I've got your open space commission membership. You can I kind of listed where they're from, what parts of the community they're from. So you guys always have an interest in the geographic location of the membership. And here is tourism. And then I know we have Nicole joined. Nicole, I'm probably going to spell your name wrong. So, and then Cass, holler at me if I'm forgetting somebody on our new list. So I did.
On this one, it might be nice to know, just as reference, where people live and which industry they represent. But that's like a minor comment. So I feel like this conversation is pretty simple. Tourism Bureau folks, feel free to weigh in here. I think it's reasonable to ask that an applicant write their own letter, and Tourism Bureau is, of course, more than welcome to write a letter of recommendation as well, like we see with the open space. And then I think we understand what happened with the rest of it, where the process moving forward is that, you know, we're notified when an application is made, and we talk about when we'd like to schedule it. and then we schedule it. And I don't know that there's much more to discuss, but go ahead, Cass.
So I just want to clarify a couple things. We've had an application process in place since 2016. So we did receive an application for every board member that's sitting on our board, and we have those in a file. We write a letter on behalf of receiving the application that we submit to you. So we can just include the application when we write the letter, if that makes it easier for you, or if you want us to start using your application. It's a bit different than ours. We ask different questions on our application than you do. But you know, our process and an appointment just looks a little bit different in our process that we go through to bring a board member through to before we bring them to you for interview. I guess is the easiest way to say that.
Maybe just quickly express my own preference, and this applies to any board. I think it's the Board of County Commissioners' responsibility to make sure that all efforts are taken to provide the right level of geographic diversity, industry diversity, professional diversity. And so I don't necessarily think it's a value add to have to funnel all of the specific applications through the specific board. And that doesn't really happen with, I know, Planning Commission or Board of Adjustments. It tends to be something that's more, the board's open to receiving applications from anywhere, not just necessarily from existing board members or the executive director. And I know historically we've had challenges with seating our full boards the entire time that I've been here. And I would point out that, the tourism board's bylaws allow for up to 9 members, and I believe you're at 5 right now. So, I really appreciate having the ability to kind of look in all corners and find folks that are going to be energetic and interested. And I definitely appreciate this particular board and the folks who are all here. I think we have a good mix of different industries. I think there are probably a couple of areas like any board that we could beef up. I know I'll kind of point back to the questions that I was asking about long-term strategy and how to direct future revenues. And I was a little surprised that conversation hadn't already been going on before I brought it up. And I think I'll just leave it at that.
And I think, this conversation, Sean, you pointed out, it kind of applies to open space as well. I think in an ideal world, if you live in Clear Creek County and you qualify for a board, you should be welcome to apply. And that application shouldn't have to be endorsed by that board for us to consider you. And I know why we like to see an endorsement by a board, right? Is because we're not trying to create, we're not trying to build boards that don't get along, right? So I don't know, I note that like the first appointment resolution we passed, it said, and we encourage the Tourism Bureau to continue to seek and make nominations. And I think we welcome nominations when you find somebody, or Alan or John or Tom or Nicole, when you find somebody you think is good, we definitely want to know, we definitely want to interview them. Go ahead.
So looking back at the bylaws, I just wanted to point out that in here it states that it is up to the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau to request to the Board of County Commissioners to request the appointment of that board member, and that the Tourism Bureau is to keep the BOCC up to date as to the status of the board and if there is any nominations for the board, and that there is supposed to be independence of the parties. So I think that it's absolutely imperative that we have, that we include a letter and that person is nominated by our board before they go to you to be voted onto our board.
I think that's actually a lot different than if you look in private industry. If you're a CEO of a private company, you don't have the privilege of deciding who gets to hold you accountable. I.e. picking your own board.
Well, Cass doesn't have a vote on stuff like that. I mean, that's specifically with the board.
I just would point out that the model of self-appointing boards is problematic.
And I don't think this is about Cass versus the other members of the board. We're applying it to the board. We're playing a piece of logic that's not personal, but about a structure and about a way things are best done to remain objective. And that self-appointing boards are, you know, it's like at the end of our terms, we don't get to pick the people that come sit in our seats. Or, you know, it's not a, and granted, you're not an elected board, but appointed boards that are effectively quasi-governmental boards that are dispensing, you know, public dollars that are gotten through taxation have a higher level of, how do I want to say, transparency and less independence to be self-perpetuating monoliths. So we're really not talking personally about any person here, and we have said we like the board, and it's not about Cass versus you. You're all in the same bucket together. It's that the method through which we appoint boards is one where we appoint them from citizens who apply to be on the boards, and that they don't have to be first filtered through your board to know that you have approved that person. That's like the Planning Commission. It's like the Board of Adjustments. It's like all the other boards that we have. And so I don't know how we reconcile that bylaw that you have written into the bylaws of your board. But it doesn't sound like it's in keeping with this idea of not having boards that just perpetuate themselves by picking. It'd be like us picking our own playmates, you know.
If I could just add, with regard to the bylaws, we, as in other words, the county attorney's office, when the tourism board was created, actually wrote those bylaws. So the recommendation would be is that we could propose some amended bylaws and recommend that the tourism board consider them. And then those would be adopted that way. Technically, the county attorney's office is not the attorney's office for the tourism board, but we have always served in that capacity.
I don't know that it changes your own application that you have people fill out, which can inform the letter, your letter of endorsement, should you choose to write one for that person. I mean, those things we'd always still be interested in knowing, because like George said, we're not trying to set up squabbling boards that don't get along or anything like that. That would never be the purpose.
I want to ask a follow-up, Cass. You were citing language in the bylaws that I'm not finding. Would you reference the number and letter?
You're muted.
Cass, you're muted.
Page 2, number C, page 3, number 4, and page 5, number 11. And I also want to, you know, if there is an opportunity that the bylaws are being revisited, I mean, I think that there needs to be, you know, some kind of thing written in there where we do have a right of refusal. You know, we haven't had to do that very often, but if there is a case where there is someone very combative or that just does not mesh well or has a bad reputation, or I don't even know. I mean, speaking into the future of different candidate that could come forward, I don't think we want to waterlock ourselves onto one particular rule that it doesn't serve well. And of course, anyone is welcome to submit an application. And just like John said, I mean, I have no vote in the matter. I help bring candidates forward to the board for review and encourage them to submit applications and ask them to attend meetings and be part of our board. And in no way is there any have we ever refused someone just because we didn't like them. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I'm not sure where this is coming from, but I wanted to state that.
And I'm sorry, Cass, I'm just not very fast. You said page 2, letter C. Which other references do you have?
And while you're looking for that, I do think it's important to realize that, and I think Randy was talking about this, this is a statutory entity. The commission is the one that creates the tourism board in order to deal with, or they call it a lodging tax panel, but to deal with the spending of these tax dollars. And so at the end of the day, it is really the board's prerogative to constitute the board in the way that it wishes. Now, understandably, of course, you want to have a board that works well with each other. And I'm sure that that's the commission's intention, certainly. But I do want it to be aware that indeed the bylaws can be amended. And that while I think the input from the tourism board is definitely worthwhile and something that should be taken into consideration, statutorily, at the end of the day, it's the Board of County Commissioners who's responsible for the spending of those tax funds.
And I will add one more comment. Has there ever been a consideration to move us into something similar as to Economic Development Corporation as the tourism, as a single entity, and that we're not appointed by the Board of County Commissioners, that we move that process completely in-house as they'd have?
I'm a little uncomfortable with the self-appointing nature of that board as well. I just think that self-appointing boards, that's just not best practice. And I'm sorry, Cass, I'm sure you got distracted. Will you repeat those references?
Looks like the page 2, item C is from the bylaws, and the page 5, number 11 is from the agreement with the lodging tax panel, as well as page 3, number 4.
Oh, that's why I wasn't finding them. So that's the contract that is from 2018?
Actually, originally from 2017 or 2013, right? I'm sorry, I have my dates confused here. 2012 is the original agreement with the lodging panel, which has since been amended a few times to include additional things like removing us from sales tax.
This is not, are you referring to the actual amended and restated bylaws? Because I'm looking at the restated bylaws from 2012.
Correct, and that is on page 2, item C.
On page 2, item C, I see in the event a director does not attend 3 consecutive regularly scheduled meetings. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes, and request appointment of a new director to complete the vacated term.
Okay. That sounded differently, though, from what you were saying respectfully concerning that the Tourism Bureau must recommend somebody. To me, that's request the appointment of a new director. They're not actually recommending. There doesn't seem to be any language in there that prohibits the board from unilaterally recommending somebody and taking action.
Sounds like the point of the responsibility of the board. It's not an authority. It's a responsibility, is what you're saying, Peter. Is that correct?
Yeah.
In other words, that should that person not attend the meetings, it's then the responsibility of the Tourism Bureau to request appointment. That does not necessarily mean that with the Tourism Bureau resides the authority to decide who that appointment is.
Okay. And I think it's more clarified in the lodging tax citizens panel agreement on page 3, number 4, when it talks about vacancy on the Tourism Bureau. And it says, whenever a vacancy occurs on the Tourism Bureau's Board of Directors, the Tourism Bureau shall report the fact to the county within no more than 60 days. And the Tourism Bureau shall use its best efforts to simultaneously identify a person in the tourism industry whom it believes is qualified and whom it can recommend to the county's Board of Commissioners for appointment. I think that one, it speaks more directly to what we felt our role is that we are the ones that are supposed to identify and recommend to the BOCC the replacement for that vacancy on the board. So I apologize, I misspoke. It's directly taken from our agreement with the county. That's
I would think those recommendations would still be welcome, as we've stated. It doesn't necessarily mean that they dictate the outcome.
Yeah, and I don't have, all I have is the amendment. I'm realizing, so I'm not able to look at that language myself, but we can dig into that. And
hey, George, Alan has his hand up.
oh, thank you, Alan.
So I got disconnected for a bit. I lost the internet here, so forgive me if I'm saying something that's already been said or asked a question that was already asked. I totally understand what you guys are saying about self-appointed boards and how that could be problematic, and I totally get that. My question is, as a board, then do we have any say? Like, let's say someone, let's say it gets to the point where we don't filter the recommendations before they come to you. They just come to you. Do we have a say as a board in not allowing someone, and I'm just, what I worry about is you could have a totally qualified person, that on paper or in reality can offer a lot to the board. But, as a board, our job is to be efficient. We're the members are volunteers, and if we have someone on the board that we would recognize, or let's say is appointed by you guys, that would hamper our productivity or our ability to serve the community as most effectively as we can, do we have any say on these appointments, or is it pretty much someone applies and you guys decide whether they're appointed or not, and we have no say?
Aren't the meetings are held in open session, and so I think I would expect that the tourism board and CAS would be welcome to make comments and to provide input during that process. But I think after the Board of County Commissioners votes on it, I think that that member would be seated. And I guess I'm looking at Peter here on my screen to confirm that.
No, that's correct. That's how it would work. I mean, the whole process, and even looking at the language in the amended bylaws, indicates a cooperative approach. There's nothing that's specifically saying that the board gets, meaning the Tourism Bureau gets the final word. It actually suggests the opposite, only because of the statutory language that exists, that essentially makes the board the entity, the Board of County Commissioners, the entity that created the Tourism Bureau in the first place. So I'm going to suggest that I think it's still an open process, and I do think that because these appointments occur with the Board of County Commissioners in the meetings, both in interviews and then ultimate votes, that does give everyone the opportunity to opine about a particular applicant.
Yeah, and I don't see anything in the bylaws about removing a member, except for the context where someone misses 3 consecutive meetings without an excuse. Right. And part of this is about trust, right? Like, I have no intention of trying to put someone on the board that is not well suited to serve the mission of the board. And I don't think Randy or Sean do either. And I also, I guess, I don't know how you've handled in the past, if you've had a board member that was causing problems on your board, how you manage that, if you had to go to the Board of County Commissioners to say, hey, we need you to remove this person, or if the person was able to just resign because oftentimes that's what happens when things get overly
Yeah.
contentious. One person decides that, okay, well, I've lost the argument and I'm leaving.
Right. And since I've been on the board, there hasn't been any issues, I mean, everybody's been great. But I just, there has been maybe potential applicants that, could derail the meetings, it's just, we're all qualified to be on the board, but sometimes there's not necessarily a personality conflict, but, we want to be as good as we can. And sometimes there could be a potential applicant that can not make the board better, and I just wanted to ask, that was the reason behind my question, is if we had some sort of situation like that as a board, what say, do we have? And so, yeah, if it's an open public thing, then that gives us a voice, and that's all I was concerned about. I just want to make sure that, I feel proud to be a part of the board. I think we try really hard, and I feel like we do a good job. And I just, want the board the best it can be.
Yeah, and I the only thing I have to add is just I think it's a collaboration is I think the best way to approach it in a perfect world. But if other situations arise, then we can address those at that point. And just speaking to what Alan said, we've never had any problem people on the board. I think we've done a good job interviewing and including people on meetings before we make decisions and recommendations in the past. In my recollection, in the last 10 years, or maybe one person that has applied that we have not included, and it was kind of for the situation Alan recommended. It was just not a productive, didn't seem to be a productive member of the group. So in the last 10 years, there's only been one application that I think that we have not passed along to you guys.
Well, I started this session out by saying this should be a quick conversation, and then I think we landed on some areas where our understandings were different. I'm not sure that we've really yet achieved a shared understanding of what the law is, what the process is, what the bylaws state. Maybe what we could do is ask for Peter and Cass to have a conversation about that. Show each other's notes and then report back to us about what the state of the law and the agreements are. And then we can talk about whether we need to change the agreements.
I agree with all of that. I think that the main thing I saw was people referring to different documents with different dates and different numbers and lines and different interpretations of what those lines say when they were the same. And I think that having Cass and Peter have the benefit of each other's information to come to a good legal understanding first would be helpful to this conversation. Then we know where we stand and whether, what we need to change or don't, and then come to an understanding of how this process should work in the future moving forward in terms of seating people and in a way that's consistent with the balance of the county and consistent with what it means to be a board that's spending, public dollars and statutorily put in place.
Yeah, I guess all that I'll add, one of the things that caught my attention and got my interest in getting more engaged here is seeing that there was 5 board members. And like I said, your service is much appreciated. Talking to Les Wallace, who's a board consultant that JCMH hired to do board development, it's his professional opinion that the ideal board size is between 9 and 11. And I would never apply that to a board of county commissioners for sure. But I think that part of our responsibility is making sure that if there are people out there who have skills and who have passion and interest for helping us take the county to the next level, that we find those people. And if that means we only find 7 or 6 or 7, that's great. If we find all 9, I think that's a conversation that we need to have. But I appreciate especially you volunteer board members showing up in the middle of a Tuesday to have this conversation with us. And thanks again for your service.
Yeah, agreed. The object of this conversation is not to chase anybody off. Trust us on that one. We have high opinions of the people that are here. that's not the issue at all. It's just trying to understand this process going forward and making sure that we have, you know, making sure we have policies and actions that are reflective of each other, and, you know, that we're on a good path. So.
Yeah. All three of us have volunteered on various boards in the past, and we know what it's like, and we know what it's like to be appreciated. We know what it's like to not be appreciated. One of the things I think I hear Sean and Randy saying, and I'll repeat, is we appreciate you. That's not what this is about. Really, I'm a little surprised because I came into this with the preconception that if anybody in Clear Creek wanted to apply, the way they would do it, it was reach out to the Board of County Commissioners. And maybe that's because I wasn't listening well in the past, or whatever reason it is. We can get across this understanding gap and move forward with a shared understanding, knowing that we share the goals.
And I would add, I would agree with Sean that is a great number. And you know, we've talked about a board as trying, you know, we try and find quality people, you know, because the more we have, then we can have subcommittees, and we can get more done, the more help we have. I just want to make sure that we, you know, can focus on adding quality, not quantity, and improving the board with every appointment, you know, and having the ability to voice our opinions on that is important. And that's all. Yeah. But as far as like I said earlier, I agree with and understand your opinion about, you know, or the idea of self-appointed boards can be problematic.
I think also, and listening to what Sean was saying about JCMH, it depends on the community is where that it's a range. What's the ideal size board? I'm thinking that trying to keep 11 people on a tourism board would be, and you know, we'd all be working full time trying to find people to fill the empty seats. My guess is if it were 11 or 13 or something like that, 9 might be kind of for a community this size. And I think another reason is because, you know, we have quite a few boards, and we're a pretty active commission right now. And sometimes it's hard to find enough volunteers to fill all the seats on all the different efforts that we've got going on. But, and I don't think I have any more to say about it than that, just, it's a good idea one of the things we might consider is increasing the size of the board from its current size. And so we need to have a conversation about what that ideal size would be for our population.
And you know, just to be clear, like we as a board talk about recruiting and trying to find quality people. And you know, there's been times over the last 4 years that I've been on it that it's been tough, where we've been actively, okay, this board meeting, we talk about who are some of the businesses that we think the owners would be beneficial, or other members in the community that would be beneficial. And we make phone calls and we try and recruit. And it's, you know, it's not always successful. You know, can be difficult to find people that are qualified and willing and a good fit. But we are definitely not of the stance like, hey, we got our 5, we're good, we don't want anybody else. That's definitely not the case.
I'll also add to what Alan's saying too. Sometimes we'll get applications and then people will fail to attend the meetings. And you know, they won't show up to the meetings, and the application can be amazing and the person can be amazing, but if they don't attend any meetings and actually show interest in the board, then it's again one of those where they wouldn't get submitted to you for recommendation for appointment, because if they can't make it a meeting before they become a board member, then I don't think that's very helpful moving forward.
Agreed. So I don't know that we have, I mean, are we where we need to be? I think we're looking for some clarification as to the state of the agreements in the law. We can get that. I think we've expressed ourselves, you've expressed yourselves. Is there anything else that needs to be discussed here? Beth?
I just want to share a little bit of history. I think that's sometimes why you guys call me. Just as a preface though, I do serve the Board of County Commissioners, so you are my bosses. But I just want to look in the mirror for a second at some reflection in John Sellers. You of all people can see this reflection because you have been on this board for, I think, over 20 years. You've been here a long time. So, but I mean, I just look at where we've come from. You know, when I first started here in the early 2000s, we had a Dynamo gal as the tourism director. And she stayed with us for a couple of years, but then she left. And it took a really, really long time and a couple different reorganizations to get where we are now. And Cass, you've been here, I think, a decade almost, if not more. And I mean, you are very well respected at the state level. People look to you for what you have done for our county and really put us on the map. And I just think this is a great group of people. Alan, you've started building up some tenure as well, and thank you for doing that. You guys have worked really hard to, you know, represent Clear Creek and just really make people know who we are and where we are, and we're really appreciative. I just want you to know. And board, if I can do anything for you to help you work out this process and get clarification, I'm happy to do so. But I just wanted to remind us all how far we've come and what great strides we've made in the past 2 decades. It's really impressive sitting where I'm sitting, and I think a lot of people feel the same way in the community. So just wanted to share, that's all.
Thank you, Beth. I don't know if any of us can come up with better last words for this. It's all true.
I gotcha. We appreciate you guys as well. You know, I feel like as Board of County Commissioners, when we have our updates, they're tough. You ask tough questions. You hold us accountable. It's definitely not a rubber stamp. Hey, you guys are doing good. Keep doing what you're doing. You challenge us and help us be better. So thank you.
Vishay. Yeah, and I know that that relationship is mutual, right? We also are challenged by you in your individual capacities, and I know we got to hear a lot about what you thought about some of the COVID rules that we were making, and otherwise. So I think we're done. Thank you all for your time. Obviously, we have some more things to discuss, and we'll see where we land on this, but I think we all understand each other better.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so that is the end of our public agenda. Peter, I don't believe we have anything else for executive session.
No, we don't.
Okay, therefore we are adjourned.
Yeah, Rudy.
Thanks.